Okay, we should be rolling.
Ready? Live?
It's live.
Good morning, welcome to the Steele County Commission meeting, February 2nd, 2021, 8 a.m. We'll go right to the County Park Board meeting now.
I'll call a meeting to order. Is any agenda additions anybody think of?
Minutes down to Matt.
If not, we'll move on. Everybody had a chance to read the minutes? And we'll send them out, email and everything else.
There's 2 copies if anyone needs to read them.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. Is there a second? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carried. Heritage Fund and the floodgates. Richard and I met, I guess we did a Zoom meeting with Lyndon and Andrew Smith from Moore Engineering. And they're gonna go over and look at everything from all the way from Luther Bierke's place all the way to the North Lake to the outlet to the highway. There's what they're gonna do and come up with a plan and see how much everything, what they estimate would be cost and everything else for it. So we're gonna look at the gate part of it. We told them the spillways, that's pretty good. And the outlet of Golden Lake isn't bad, it just needs to clean in the, so they're gonna do all that. And they said they'd actually talk to the commissioners about it when you guys have their meetings together too a little bit.
I think they're gonna wanna do a cost share like we did for the Lake Tobias.
Like Lyndon said, it's gonna be a little bit more expensive than Lake Tobias one. So he said, there's a lot of money out there for certain things, especially if you start talking water quality and everything else. He said there might, but they said they would also rush into it so that, you know, in 6 months we ought to have this all done. We told them take their time and let's do it right. And find as much money as we can if possible. So, was there anything else, Richard, that you can think of that they were talking about that day?
No?
That's where we're standing on that. We're just waiting to hear back from them guys.
Any dollar amount?
No,
that's what they'll come back with.
I mean,
Lyndon said it's gonna be way more than what, Lyndon said it's gonna be way more than what the Tobias one was, that was what, 32,000 or whatever. So, yeah.
There's gates in there now, they just don't look good.
Yeah, it's like they're like 40 years old, they're rusty, and we told them if they can make something simpler like that. And they're so close to the road too, they're right by that road. He said it would be nice if we could widen that road a little bit right there, and then maybe put a different kind of a structure there, like a culvert system or something with a control on it. That
There's actually gates at Luther Bierke's that lets the water come in. And there's another set of culverts right at the Township Road by Luther Bierke's, and it travels down. There's 2 culverts in. They go before the, you remember where Ron Gore lived? One time Josh Boyer lives there now. There's 2 culverts in there. Before that, then there's another culvert that's in that Township Road, and there's another structure about a quarter mile south of that road. And then the gates are over there by the pavilion where you come in. So that's all the gates, and then there's some other culverts when you go out of the lake. Well, of course, there's a structure on the north end of the lake. That's probably good. And then there's 2 sets of culverts that are beyond that to the north lake. And then there's a couple sets of culverts. Goes through County Road 8, and then there's a culvert down by Adam Ness's place. That it wasn't a cruise thing.
Yeah. They had maps of it too. There's about 3 different spots that Andrew said he like looked and thought maybe we could get an issue where we're not getting the water because it's supposed to be coming in the lake. So, clean it up. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of numbers they come back with. So, I will move on then. Jake's not here. What did he have to say, Emily? He's just been frustrated with the whole situation. He was pretty frustrated when I talked to him the other day about it.
I was just trying to confirm he was gonna get on the meeting, at least via the call in, but
Like,
doesn't sound like it, and he's just working on getting quotes still, so
yeah, because
that's all I've heard.
Midwest, we had everything done with last year. I think he had me, I think it was a Matt. I left a message there to call me back and he never did get back to me, so Jake, he's ready to move on from them, but Jake and I talked about, instead of spending money on that cooler box, get everything up and running right, get all new components and everything in here, but instead of changing that whole big cooler box out, what was that, like 25 grand they were talking for that cooler box? He's wondering if we'd still be better off putting a rope and then close that a little bit and just go that way with it and work on it that way, spend the money towards that instead of changing the whole cooler box out and everything else. I said, it'd be an option to think about anyway.
Well, maybe you should get a price both ways.
Yeah.
That's just a slab out there. Isn't
It's just a slab they sit on, yeah. It wouldn't take that much really to enclose it out there. And if the guy wanted to, it'd be nice to add on to the backside all the way across there. They could give him a little more cold storage in the backside of that place there too.
it? It's just tearing that slab out and putting a foundation in and making the whole thing. Just built it right there instead of bringing boxes in and putting them on the slab. Build the whole thing, making it crazy.
The whole back end. Yeah, he doesn't, like he said, he doesn't need a whole, that much more room for the cooler part of it. It's more the dry goods and everything else, and there's sort of a lot of stuff in that crawl space, that's not the best spot either. Going in and out, so the guy can put it up behind it for him, and lot manageable, more usable.
Do they putting shelter over that? I mean, and fixing the old cooler again?
Well, components, that's one of the things, get all the components up there and get them all updated. We were gonna take the cooler box out too, because when it rains that one, there for some reason leaks on leak or fix it, we put a, enclose it, put a roof over it, so that you could seal it up along the bottom of the box and then whenever not to worry about it.
Wasn't there concern about enclosing that though, so it wouldn't overheat? Or would we put the units outside that building then?
I think that's what it is, these new components, I think the units set off beside, they're not really
Okay.
enclosing that part, but you still could use some kind of venting, just, leave it partly or what.
Sure.
I don't know, anybody got any other ideas? We gotta get something done once we get that.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be open now, so we need to get it done. We drug on a year already.
I know,
That's my concern, is he's gonna be ready to open and we're still in the same spot.
yeah, that's what we were talking about, at least getting the components.
Maybe they'd be interested in doing, just like you say, the units themselves more than the whole thing.
And I think, see, when I talked, with the quarter refrigeration, I wanted to give us an estimate last year too. They wouldn't do nothing with the cooler box for building a new box thing, all they do is the component part, so.
Okay.
I think, I'll have to give Jake a call again to see if he's got any part of it, but he was pretty frustrated with Midwest, so I don't think they'll do much business out there anymore.
Well, this COVID thing
It's,
I mean, it's, every business is turned into, they're considered essential, they're making 3 times what they do on normal stuff and
that's
emergency stuff, they don't have to do anything else,
That's the problem in Midwest, though, too. They lost 4 of the main people that Jake ever talked with. They're all gone, or they're doing.
Did they start their own?
I don't know what they did, if they're just doing the COVID thing and just decided not to work now or what, but Jake's the 4 main guys he's talked to, not one of them is there anymore, so.
They went to the other country.
Is that what they did?
We should find out where they went.
Yeah.
Went to the other company, what did it go, or did it go?
Midwest,
Mid,
Red River.
Which one were we going? Midwest?
that was Midwest, he's
Yeah,
doing.
so they went, one of the,
Dakota or Red River Refrigeration.
the river maybe it is, one of the two.
Yeah. I know Jake had issues with the Red River for a while there.
That's what I got, okay.
I suppose we should introduce our new board member too. This is Ed Schugelstead. I don't know if you know all the guys here, Ed, or not.
Hey.
Brian Tweet, Brandon Kruger, Ted Johnson, Richard Strand, Emily Wiegand, and Russell Walker.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the
Welcome.
board.
So, yeah, first meeting you made it, that's good.
We're on a roll.
Thank you for being on.
You bet. Do you have anything to add or anything? what we need to do out there?
I'm just listening to the first one.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys got anything else. I never heard how the gaming went out there.
You know, Dennis mentioned it the one day, I guess I don't know exactly what he said, but it really wasn't a great start with the COVID, but I think it made some money though.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he said that he was surprised.
Okay.
I think it'll really take off once,
There was more than
we
he
open
thought.
up again.
He said for the time that I was out there, he thought it did, fairly well and stuff, and he said in the future, he was looking at the
Yeah.
machines and stuff,
Yeah,
so.
I guess this will be a quick meeting today. Anything else? Anybody got?
So Matt, you're gonna work with Jake on.
Yeah, I'll get
figuring out
with
the
Jake
game
and
plan.
see. Not a lot of people that, can't remember what his name was, but before again that I talked to him.
Yeah, like, is that if I have enough time?
So you're gonna talk to Dakota Refrigeration plus.
Because I think that's the one Jake said, he actually lives east of the lake somewhere. Supposed to Fargo to work, but he lives east of the lake, I think Shane or something was his name.
For Red River?
No,
Oh.
Dakota, I think it was. Whoever services, the stores in Holton, yeah, I think they're doing that. I'll get hold of Jake and see what's going on there. Like you said, it's gonna be, April's gonna be rolling around the corner here. We're in the same boat again.
It's fast. So let's get all this straight now. So our freezer thing is okay, but it's the cooler, the refrigerator part is what's bad.
Yeah, the refrigerator part, that box is the one that leaks when it rains.
The box.
The box leaks around the bottom
Yeah.
side. That's why Jake said, we put a roof over it and put some ceiling around it, it'd probably be fine, but it's all the components for the heating or the cooling part of both the freezer and the fridge is what we had priced, changing that all out, getting new stuff. So I don't know if we'll have to reapprove that. I suppose we'll have to reapprove that again once we get a different bid from somebody else.
So our roof is going like this here, so we'd have to tie in to the other roof.
Yeah.
This way,
Would be,
That should be pretty easy, isn't it? Because the one goes this way
Yeah.
now, we put it over that freezer and the cooler both, we should be easy to tie in that way, so.
isn't that all, got a roof on it already?
No, it's just a flat top and there's, I don't think there's a little bit of a roof, I think there, but.
another roof on there.
There's a roof
The
on
side, the sides are all open,
Right,
like
yeah.
rain hit in there, what?
He's right, I think you have to tie into it.
I think it's all got a roof over the top of it already.
The three sides are open, the east, the
Yeah.
west, and
Right.
the south are open, right?
Yeah, it's tied into the top.
Yeah. You could go the rest of the way if you wanted to make some more storage out there.
I suppose if we close it in too much, then it's gonna be chances of overheating then.
Well, the last time we talked to them guys about, Jake talked about the bids, they said the components, the compressor would be underneath it yet, but the other part, condenser, all that, would be off to the side, they wouldn't have it underneath there anymore. It'd be like the air conditioning unit for this, set off separately. Yeah.
Like top case does with everything kind of. Everything's inside except the condensers on the roof.
Maybe we should tell Ed too that we're putting some storm shelters out at the lake. We got a grant for a couple of cement.
Where they, have you guys decided where they're going yet or anything like that or not?
Well, I think we talked maybe north of the store where the boats, trailers parked, maybe we'll have one location, maybe the pavilion side, I guess, we haven't really
Would they,
narrowed it down.
what do they hold, 100 people?
I think 125 each.
125, yeah.
Each one's 75, that's what they're supposed to do. But you can build one bigger than the other ones.
Well, I'm sure if there was.
The only problem with going north is you don't own that land.
Yeah, that's that Peter Bull.
You're gonna have to maybe get permission to put something there. Which I'm sure, I don't know. You
Will you unload the boats just to the north of that? It's,
don't own any of that.
no, no, any of that.
You don't own
But
anything,
we're-
you don't own anything north of the store.
Yeah,
Oh,
campground.
really?
No, that's all Peter Bull, whatever they call that.
You know, state stuff. And I know it was not many years ago, you signed a new lease with them, but I don't remember how many years it was. Anyway, it was like, maybe she finally found it. Did you ever find that lease?
I got all kinds of stuff, but then Ben said that's not what you're looking for,
Oh, that's a
so.
game and fish, I mean, the lease between.
Peter Bull, Peter Bull.
Peter Roll.
Because he owns all that land.
Mm-hmm.
Ben told me to look for game and fish
Yeah, I think he
stuff,
was-
so.
yeah, he was-
I said I have it all out, it's still sitting on the counter here. Just if we can go through it together, then you know what you need and.
So that's something I gotta make sure of what it says on
I don't know if we have room to put it in the campground anywhere either.
there. Only where that parking lot is, and that's what it's designed for.
Right, if we can design it for that possibly. I don't know how big are these shelters?
Shoot, I don't remember. You can make a difference.
So you fill them with, you fill dirt
You can
on
make a
both
different
sides of it
size.
too, so it's gonna take some room.
They come in one, like a giant culvert, they come like a giant culvert, you put the end cap on. For one end.
Or sections, I believe.
It's kind of rounded,
It's like a box
Yeah, more
culvert.
square.
like a big box culvert.
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
Suppose we could go to Jeff Nelson and see if we put it out there on his and stuff, then you'd have a big parking area there where people could park and then run into the shelter and stuff too, but,
For 25 grand, they'll let you do that.
well, he might be nice to us,
Maybe.
Jeff's out with it.
Yeah. All right, anything else anybody think of? You got anything going for out there? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Does he have an opening date?
Okay.
Does he have an opening date yet?
No, not that I know of yet.
He's not open right now, is he?
No.
He thought about it, but he said, what to dispose of there.
What is?
That's what it
That's
looks
the
like.
shelter.
Okay.
Or it could look like that.
Right.
That was one of the pictures.
They have theirs painted, obviously. Do you know artists?
So. Standing room only, but.
Right, yeah.
Hopefully they'll never get used.
And it's, are they unlocked? I suppose they have to be unlocked. all the
There's a lot
time.
of very weird, you guys need to do on how we're gonna do this. A lot.
Cause some of these kids will go in there or whatever just to make, it's gotta have to be unlocked or something
Yeah.
that,
You're gonna have to, there's some discussions you're gonna have to have on what you do.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Pose same sign, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
Then, back to sign something?
Your copy of the minutes I passed down there, please. Okay, so far the sound is better than upstairs. For the record, suggestion was made to maybe pull down your mask when you're talking or make an effort to enunciate. Yesterday, Wayne sat in here and talked perfect, and of course, we can't understand him today. I said, Wayne, talk like you normally talk.
A little tired.
Probably got his lip full. If you see a last thing
Can you set the time on this, or stay on there longer, or?
Yes,
justice.
here, let me help you.
We'll have to put the.
They have that all summer.
What's your plan? What?
492.
Got like some Wisconsin place. I'm out there.
Well, should we reconvene?
How come this thing, when it goes off, I got hit my pin number?
This is automatic. I mean, you can adjust that. If you want to stay on longer, but it sucks the battery, then just gotta remember to shut it off.
Oh, well, so I gotta go back, okay, whatever.
Just touch it every
Touch
5
it every once
minutes,
in a while. Okay.
roughly. I don't know. This is gonna be a struggle, huh? We're doing good.
This, should we add that?
Yep,
Okay.
yep, we'll have to add that.
All right, should we reconvene the Steele County Commission meeting? (8:20). Everybody's present. Do we have any agenda additions?
I think we better, put on there about this dam project in the southeast part of the county, that we got a letter from that Ella Satram. Is that the right name, Ella? Or whatever
LMA, there
it
was,
is. Ella May.
it's, you know where it's at.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. You start these.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, any other agenda additions?
Motion to approve with addition.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Do we do the approval of minutes now, or do that later?
No,
Okay. Is there approval of minutes? Has everybody looked at the minutes?
Yes. So moved.
Motion by Ted, do we have a second?
So moved.
Second by Russell, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. We're gonna move into HR update, or?
yeah, we sure could. Office reports and HR. The office reports I'll start passing around. It's the razor trackings. Minutes from social service meeting will get passed around. They met last Thursday, Ted? That's right. As far as HR, I really don't have a lot, that we aren't already gonna cover at some point. Everything's been pretty good, pretty quiet. Time cards have been great since the discussion on them last month. So that's all I have for that. I didn't really have anything to send out to you guys because it's been pretty good.
Attendance in the courthouse has been good?
Attendance, yes. Uh-huh.
Oh, that was a question that was brought up to me this morning on the way up here.
Okay.
How about social services? Kelly here at all?
You know, I thought they were coming back. She was here 2 days. The day the Great Plains food truck came.
Okay.
And then she stayed all day, and then she was here the next day. So I thought that was gonna be the routine after you guys met, but she hasn't been here since,
Okay.
so.
I wasn't at the meeting. I had a water issue, so I didn't go. Called in, and then Randy called me this morning just to fill me in on what the deal was, and that was the question. I asked, I said, well, when are they gonna be here? And he said, Kelly's supposed to be there 2 days here. He said, I don't know what 2 days, but he said that's what he
Okay.
So,
The food pantry, well, you were on that. They met yesterday. There were some issues with that. I don't know if you guys want to talk about that or not, but
with, food pantry,
yeah,
I got it down. I was online. I wrote it down. Some questions,
that's not on here,
no,
so.
okay, you can do that at the end of it. It's just a couple things I was gonna bring up.
I was gonna listen and I forgot the time of it.
Well, people weren't let into the meeting online. That was one of the major,
They had some problems, didn't they, or something?
yeah, well, they had it on the phone. And then nobody checked the phone and you had to approve them into the meeting.
Oh, I
So
saw it
people
on- Amy said that was
sat
her.
on, yeah, there were others. Kelly wasn't even on. I'm assuming that's why. And she's part of the food pantry, so learning curves, I don't know. But one more thing I'd like to bring up, I didn't put it under there, so maybe I could do it as the office update for my office. I don't know if you guys all know or not, that I am technically the superintendent of schools for the county. So with all this school drama going on in our county, apparently there's been talk by people, and I've been made aware of it, that they're wondering why the county superintendent of schools isn't involved in this or doing something about this. Well, there's not really a lot for me to do. This isn't one of, it's kind of a situation. I've reached out to both schools, offered assistance. No, but I'm just trying to clear the air. If you guys get calls, you're aware of it, that, I've reached out to them. They're more than welcome to give me a call. I said I'm willing to help. I'm willing to figure things out if they need, but it's not really an area that the county superintendent deals with. The school reorganizations themselves, yes, but not a sports co-op. So after talking with both schools too, and some of the people in the public quite a bit, I'm gonna reach out to both boards and just remind them and give them some open meeting law requirements, and just kind of make sure they have that, just as like a neutral party trying to help out. But other than that, that's where that is, so.
I think they have that in figure now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, I would. I agree.
But
I tried to get on that night, but I couldn't get on because it was capacity was full, 44 or whatever it was.
yeah,
Stuff, and said, well, you can stay on if somebody drops out. Well, nobody dropped out, it's not that we're out.
yeah.
I did go, I went to the meeting, Brian was there.
I've been to all of them. So,
I logged on for Hope. And then I was at Finley and
Wasn't there a meeting tomorrow night?
tomorrow night, correct?
Not the school.
that's Finley's meeting with the public to decide, how they want to proceed.
Okay. Any other questions on that as far as county superintendent of schools at all? I don't know if you guys have heard anything, but
Yeah, it's something that we need to stay informed on for sure.
I worry that if they go ahead with that, and then all of a sudden, all the sports are down there somewhere, maybe at Buffalo or Tower City, and then all of a sudden they want to build a school down that way, and then we have no school left in Steele County. Then we don't have no school left in Steele County, then the population leaves.
How can we stop it?
I don't know.
Well, I feel kind of bad because we backed them going with the district, and Brad was up here and encouraged us to push for all this and everything else, and then all of a sudden now they just kind of throw us under the rug and, move on without us, and they didn't give Larson much headway on what was going on until it was after it was done.
So who votes on this?
the school board.
Just the school board, so we're equal on
It's just the,
page O. That's all for as far as school boards that are involved,
Yeah.
is to be able to vote.
Well, Page and Hope are one school board now. They have so many Hope people and so many Page.
So many
people.
page, yeah.
I heard 4 and
I don't know how many there is
it's
for,
not even the school board, it's the co-op.
So is it equal?
It doesn't matter,
One district.
it doesn't matter who wants what, if that co-op board wants to be.
That, I don't agree. I think it should be, if they're talking about moving it out of the county, I think that should go to the county board. But then it'll go to whoever's in Cass County too, I suppose. No?
oh, Their school
their
board,
school.
co-op board, yes.
I would say some good information that, you gotta look at it, call the school board members. That's, aside from what they're looking at also, and then obviously what we've heard from some of our constituents out there too. I mean, it's a really hot subject. It's good to look at it from both sides, and just see what they're trying to do here. The time frame seems really rushed, and in my opinion, having the sports co-op start in 2021 after the football season just doesn't resonate very well with me. If they're gonna do it, it should be done one full season, kids get acclimated. But like I said, a good call to the school board members. I've talked to at least one of them to just get their side of it too and what they're looking at. So that kind of opens up some other ideas of what they're looking at.
And I know for a fact that the Finley School Board, co-op board, they don't have a problem at all with, front page exploring other options, stuff like that. It was kind of the way that happened. They weren't
Right.
really rubbed in the wall.
I don't blame them.
So has Maple Valley accepted them?
No, they had a meeting last
In the
Friday, I
pool.
think, from what I
I
heard.
don't know if Maple Valley's voted on it.
They had a meeting
Pretty
last
sure.
Friday, I think they tabled it until further discussion and more.
Yeah, there's been some new info that's come to light too that I heard. I'm not gonna say anything for the Lori's told me, but it's something that didn't quite pan out the way Hope Page thought it would. So they tabled it, they're just kind of re-exploring it.
It's really important for, just like Richard said, I mean, it's, we lose schools around here, one or two or both of them, or that's just the main concern to look at because of the population. I mean, it's a big thing for, my kids and everybody else's kids, so not necessarily saying we're starting a co-op now, a sports co-op. I kind of look a little past that too.
Oh, you have to.
And so.
That's why I shouldn't have a bearing in it, because I have nobody involved. But yeah, down the road, it's 50 miles, darn near from here to Tower City.
It
About
is.
48 or 49,
Yeah.
right in there. So that's a long ways to travel. And I suppose they're thinking down there, they'll get sucked into Valley City or Castleton. I don't know what's south. Fenderlin's got a big school down there yet, involved with other towns or what?
I think that started the whole thing with Netherlands football co-op with Maple Valley. They quit it and went to Lisbon. So that's kind of started the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's definitely something we gotta keep our eye on and we'll talk to
For the
our
county.
school board people and just tell them our concerns, I guess, so what we're thinking as
Well,
well.
that's gonna affect the businesses too.
Huge.
Oh,
If the
absolutely.
Hope and Page divide on that or whatever, or, from Finley and stuff too, it's gonna make a difference on the businesses, whether they go to the elevator, whether they support the lumberyard, whether they support gas stations, whatever it is. There's gonna be a feud between the two. And I think it's gonna be a big impact on the county.
Well, it was just like the time they were gonna pave County Road 11 from out here south of town, all the way across. And Carl just said, hey, you can't do that. That's gonna take our town business out if you have a road that goes straight across. And that's true. So,
So Brian, is the co-op board different than the school board?
Yes.
It's made up of school board members,
And other people from the outside?
no, just school board members.
Or the school board?
I hate to see the kids get bused all that way. That's the problem, but this is what's happening. they're talking about going to ball games, which I haven't been to a ball game. But they said they travel so far to go to a game.
Well, right now, I don't think it'd be good for Finley to go with the co-op program down there, because we'd have to go here 50 miles down there.
Yeah.
Where if we went to a Hatton, Northwood, or Mayville, you only go 25 miles.
Yeah, I agree
So
with you.
the traveling distance for us would be a lot less that way instead.
Absolutely.
Right now, there's, Park River comes right through town here and goes right down to Page and has a game down there. Why didn't they stop here in Finley and have the basketball game here, the volleyball game here? You know,
I don't know.
you know? It's something that, you know, maybe the athletic directors, you know, aren't doing very good that way, you know, and stuff.
They
So,
negotiate.
In the co-op agreement.
yeah,
The co-op boards negotiate games and stuff. It's a crapshoot.
It's a tough deal, there's
Bless you.
a lot of gives and wants, and it's just,
yeah, right, yeah.
And that's one of the things with Maple Valley, is it sounded like, and maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I read, on full page.
No.
They want, Maple Valley wants full page to cost share half, 50%, but they get one basketball game and one volleyball at home, that's it.
I would say yet that coming off the last school board meeting, that has not yet been discussed. It has been discussed, but going back to the drawing board,
It was just a discussion.
just a discussion
Yeah.
of a layout, it looked like.
Because I heard that at the first meeting that night in Hope.
Yep.
That's what that is.
So,
And like I said, all of this is just pretty much discussion and nothing's been voted on.
so
well, let's talk to our people and let them know our concerns, and we better move on here.
Yeah, like Brandon said, if you got a question, talk to a board member. And that's some best information.
Do you have any more for HR, Emily, or
No,
is Catherine on her way up, you know?
no. Yes,
Can you put the food pantry on? Eventually, so down the line, at the end, I just have a couple questions that I want to bring up.
okay.
In the kitchen.
That were asked. One was about a new employee
So,
that I mentioned to you yesterday. If they, I think Catherine,
Yes, okay.
Sam's gonna leave, I think. Or
Okay.
would.
We could discuss,
How about as like the janitor position?
that's what I was gonna say quickly, the janitor. I have 2 applicants, for the position, which is better than none.
It's great.
So
Do you wanna have a couple board members help?
I would like somebody at least. I was thinking Russell's Buildings and Grounds.
Yeah.
Maybe he would please sit in. Russell, what are you doing tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do we have anybody else that'd be available?
When,
Tomorrow afternoon, like 3 o'clock.
tomorrow's Wednesday, oh, yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
I know that's soon, but I
No,
wanted to
that's fine.
schedule them right away and get someone rolling, so,
Yeah,
Russell and Ted will come tomorrow afternoon.
at what time?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, okay.
Are they living in the county?
Yes, both of them are. One's in
Oh.
Finley, yep, one's in Finley here, one's in Hope. It's
In where?
Hope?
The one you're talking about?
No.
Oh.
Splitsdosser, is that how you say it? Dina? She's working at Valley City State cleaning right now. Bobby Cameron is the other with Finley. So,
Okay,
so we got that out of the way.
the next, that,
Indirect cost bill, Agassiz Valley. I think the board reviewed it again. I know Trail County Commission is reviewing it at their meeting, today.
Randy told me Tom was gone off the board,
Yes,
and they put, can't remember who he told me this morning, I put on the board.
Well, Tom was off.
He's off. And he called him my name too, and I heard the name of it before.
Another commissioner?
Yeah.
Larry?
No,
Les?
maybe isn't it, maybe isn't it? Did they
no,
have
I think
two
it's
commissioners?
Larry that's on there now.
Who?
Larry?
What's the last name?
Young?
Larry Young.
Yep. Yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah.
He's on there now?
He's on there now.
So from what I got from reading those minutes, was that she said it was talked about in April of last year and approved, but just didn't get put in the minutes.
There's like
So-
30 pages I read that was all,
Mumble jumble.
yeah.
If you give them too much,
I don't know
I
where she's,
forget we're in-
I don't know how they make that much time to put all that stuff together, but my goodness.
yeah.
So what did you guys do at the meeting, your last meeting? Did you guys approve that or?
I wasn't
He
there.
wasn't there.
I
So
wasn't
I
there.
think they did make, the motion to amend go back and
Yeah.
add it to the minutes, right?
Right. That's what Randy
And that
told
it
me.
was approved.
So how much was that again?
20, it's just under 20,000 total.
How much is
Our
that?
portion is 20% of that, so
About 2,000?
roughly. You know, Glenda and I had talked too, and we would probably suggest the boards, our commission and Carroll County Commission have a joint meeting at budget time, closer to the budget time in June, that you guys can review the indirect cost budget for them and, you know, discuss things that if they have items that are not budgeted for, whether you guys want that approval beforehand, so you don't end up with a, you know, $20,000 bill at the end of a year that you weren't aware of.
Well, there's internet expenses, there was cell phone reimbursements on there, there was a lot of that.
Laptops,
There's
new
new
computers.
computers on there.
Exactly. Why wouldn't they be using that?
Well, I think that from what I understand from reading all this stuff is some people were told, go ahead and get whatever you need, do whatever you need. We have this money coming and it'll be fine. Well,
Did we as a commission say that?
no,
No,
that's where it came.
So who told them? Who
There
told
was
them?
money coming was from
It
here.
was in your packets. I know, I'm biting my tongue.
Okay, so are we gonna decide today, or are we supposed to decide whether we're paying this, or what are we supposed to do here?
I think, are you guys in agreement that we are gonna end up paying it, right?
the 20%.
Yeah,
It's already paid, Karen.
Yeah.
it's not.
No,
It's not. No,
We asked for
We have
clarification.
not, paid it,
we have,
but it's.
Correct.
but Trail County's are.
They did, but they're
Right.
gonna revisit it.
Mhm.
So my suggestion is we pay it to Faye, and then we let her know that it's not gonna happen like this again.
and that's who it is. It's him.
So it looks,
I'm sorry.
Well, this should be direct costs instead of indirect costs, and the
some
state
of it should be,
and the
yes.
state should be paying this, or else, like Brian said, it should be COVID money. That is,
Well,
Is it, how are we, what?
you
fund-
guys manage the COVID money, no other department, no other person.
yeah, right.
Right,
They get
well,
COVID
and
money too.
that's why they're addressing it too.
So how, are you saying Trail County COVID? Or, yeah,
I mean, I think we've used ours, we've known.
well, do we have any left now? We do have some left.
What I'm saying is, laptops and stuff
Are
like
you
that,
ordered it?
how is that an indirect cost?
It's not.
That's not an every year cost. So why is that included?
Good question. Well, according to Catherine's thing here, it says there's more grant money, is that this COVID money she's talking about?
No, that's public health, that's completely
That's
different.
different than that, okay.
Yeah,
Well, let's, instead of dwelling on this all day, let's, I think we pay it now. Tell her we don't like how this turned out. Move on, tell her the next time we need to, a different strategy of how this went down, this is wrong. So, I'm gonna ask for a motion that we pay it. And, we move on. Is there a motion?
Would you like to do some more clarification with Carroll County?
Or should we just wait until after they decide, their board decides, and then go from there, or?
We have all of the information that she probably has. There's probably been somebody on the COVID board maybe that had told her that it was okay to purchase some of it.
okay.
You gotta consider that she's
I understand that, but there has been, she has been told she was probably okay to purchase it, I believe as well.
So that, I mean, would that be coming from the
It could be
social
from-
service board too? I mean, does that come through you guys with that, or the bill's approved? I mean,
That's the thing,
what I like
is,
to have is a little more, reading through this, I mean, it just,
I didn't get a lot out of that.
if, also, I would like to just have an explanation of, okay, you're down the line here, I can't pick where we're going exactly with this. I mean, that's the hard part for me.
They said they went through the bills that day, the commissioners did, what I heard, that they went through the bills and didn't even look at a lot of them.
Okay.
And just passed them.
Okay.
they pass them like you guys pass them, and
Yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah,
just in
absolutely,
there.
Absolutely.
And just, you know, some of them just they'd overlook it.
Okay.
So, that was the story I heard from over there,
Okay.
from Tom.
No, I mean, I get that, and
And he was, he was sitting there on the board and he just said, we went through them, and he said, our fault that we should have checked them more than what we did. But she's influenced out of Bismarck, because I'm sorry, but she is.
and also looking at this of, you know, the COVID thing in general. I mean, it's shook up a lot of things, and
It has.
so, like I said, it's hard to decipher exactly, you know, what we're looking at here is that, you know, were these costs justified? I mean, that's what I kind of think is what we're getting at, correct?
Right.
There was,
Or they're not, or should the state be taking that cost, or,
All of the
so
above.
where did
Or all of
the,
the above.
you know, where does the, right, so.
And what I'm afraid of is if we do pay that bill, what are our odds of getting that back, part of that back? If we did come up with
well, I don't think we'll get it back.
it? So I just assume.
I mean, there was new laptops purchased, and I believe maybe cell phones.
Yeah.
Some cell phones, they paid for personal cell phones.
Personal home
Paid for
internet,
Personal home
all of
internet,
that was reimbursed for,
which they were at
All of-
home working. I don't know if it's still continuing that way.
There's a lot of questions there.
my biggest thing is, there wasn't another county that responded that they did this same procedure. They didn't reimburse the personal cell phones and personal internet and all of that. So Glenda got the same response. People wish they were working for that zone.
Well, I read through that stuff too, like Richard and Brandon said here too, and it was hard to
A lot of
comprehend to see what was going on.
he say, she say.
Yeah, right, and stuff, and of course, the more numbers she throws out there, I think she likes it too.
But she did ask some people for permission to buy this stuff from some of the, the COVID people, and she was told it was okay though.
So if anything else, we can see what Carroll County decides, but I mean, if we need to bring Kim in on a Zoom or something to to go through this, I would feel much more comfortable. Just to get, because I just have a hard time, you know, seeing exactly what's what.
Well, I'll make a motion that we table this until we get further, reports from Trail County on what they thought of this bill that they sent us and stuff.
Motion was made by Russell, do we have a second?
I'll second
Second by Ted, all in favor?
Aye.
Nay?
We owe it to our people in our county to find out.
Motion carried.
I agree.
We'll get some more information from Trail County. Then we'll decide that on the next meeting, our March meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Catherine, Public Health, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good.
So I have a lot shorter agenda this time. So our grant was changed again. A little bit more money. Not a whole lot, but it needs to be expended by the end of June. We got $55,828, which shouldn't be hard to spend since we're vaccinating weekly. We've been receiving 30 doses of Moderna a week, and is now increased. This week we didn't get any, next week we will get 60 doses. And the week after, we're supposed to get 40 doses.
So with your 60 doses, how many people can you vaccinate with that?
It would be just, I mean, it could be 66. Maybe. I don't like to for sure say that, because
Okay.
The one time you didn't have any extra.
I didn't have any extra, so that could create an issue when we go back to do the second dose. But
That's for your first, that's for the first dose.
And so shortly, we should start getting second doses for people again, so we'll probably be doing close to 100 a week, including the second doses, so. We should get through 75 plus next week. If you know anybody 75 plus that's not on my list, let them know. Give me a call.
Approximately how many 75 plus have
I'm
been
not
vaccinated?
75. She told me I was too young.
I bet you're 81.
So we have given, about approximately 100, so I would say there's probably 120 people that have been 75 plus. So we're sitting at 48-ish% done with the 75 plus. But some of those people haven't contacted me either, so.
And maybe they went elsewhere.
Well, the 48% is the whole county.
Yes.
So if they went to Sanford or wherever else, it's just the ratio of the county that's been done.
Are the healthcare workers, they've had their second dose here?
Just that first set.
Okay.
The first 11 have had their second dose. And then it's either next week or the week after, we'll have that second dose of the 30 for the healthcare workers. So we'll make for a wild week next week.
Do you have enough people to help you? Are you taking care of everything? Any issues?
It's been really good. We have decided to not do the billing end of it because between FEMA and the state, they've agreed to do the administration part. So it's actually works out better to not do the billing part, then we don't have to do the insurance side of things. And I talked to Trail County, they're not billing, they're just sending it out to the federal government and having them reimburse it. So that takes a lot of time off. Amanda's been very helpful, having a second nurse there that can administer. Wayne's been very helpful with getting people in and out, keeping them where they're supposed to be. We are moving to the auditorium hopefully next week, so we'll have more spacing. We acquired another dose of epi. Trail County was willing to spare one to us, so we will have 3 doses of that, so we can work on our own instead of being at an ambulance garage, which is nice.
Is there anything that you need to make sure that it's going smoothly, or is everything taken care of?
It's been really good. The first few weeks were a little iffy, just trying to get in the groove.
Last week when we did the 30th, I thought that went really
It went very well.
And if we can get them in the auditorium now, so we can actually, it's tough to keep them because they all want to rush in right away. You don't want to be the first one in. Well, you can only put so many people in there because they gotta sit and wait for 15 minutes. So once you got more than 67 people, you know, they had to wait in their car. So this way we maybe, she's gotta come up with a plan yet, but I think we can get a lot more people inside where they can spread them out and then work a system and work them out again. And I can help get in and out. Maybe we'll have to find one more person to help us do that, but it went pretty smooth for 30, so I think we'll be okay.
With the 60, it would be helpful to have somebody do the pre-register and stuff. Ben's been really good at helping when he has time. Doesn't always work out. And I may need to pull a Laura, switch her days, which has been not hard. The other department heads have been really good about that, so. I think it'll go well, but this is double the doses we had last time, and we got through them pretty quick. It was 2.5 hours, about that it took to get through 30, just with the time spacing and stuff. We've again had to tell people that we can't go to their homes, which has been really hard, but that takes 30 minutes to go to everybody's home, give them a shot, and you run out of time when you have a 6-hour time span. So.
Well, let us know if there's something that you need help with. We want to make sure it goes very smoothly.
Yeah, it's been going well. We haven't had any reactions so far other than a little bit of a swollen arm or not feeling well. I think I probably had the worst reaction out of everybody so far, so it hasn't been too bad. But
Didn't we order an EpiPen here for the courthouse ourselves?
we have 2, but they're approximately $500. So I didn't want to order another one ourselves because they only have a year on them. It's a lot of money if you don't use them. Trail County had a few extra. They have the pop open vials instead of the actual EpiPen. So they were willing to spare. They had, I think she said they have 10 doses. So I'm gonna have to look into where she orders hers from if we have to do this in the future. But maybe we can go together and split the cost of the package. So, yeah. So we are still in 75 plus. We'll get out of that next week, and it'll be 65 plus with 2 health conditions or more. I think we'll easily jump through that hoop that week and get into the next category. I can't, and then I think it's 65 plus with 1 health condition, so.
At our current rate, maybe it's tough to clarify, but what do you think the county to be vaccinated at our current rate? I mean, I know it's tough for you to say, but there's a lot of people in the county that are curious and that, you know, they hear rumors. They're some don't think much is happening, but there really is with what we got coming to us. We did get a letter, you and I, we talked to a person, and after we explained everything to them, they were much understanding.
Yeah, and so, I don't know if you guys have seen, but on the website and on the Facebook page, I put up a Q&A. I've had very good response from that.
It was very nice.
They really seem to like that, so anytime one of those questions changes, I'm trying to update that day. Like, we found out we weren't getting any doses this week, well then, we're supposed to get 40 the following 2 weeks. Well, the state emailed me yesterday and said, oh, we haven't been giving you enough. We're giving you 60 the next week, right? So I've been trying to throw that stuff out there. The public really seems to appreciate that, so I'm gonna try my best to keep that up.
And also, I think none of our vaccines have been wasted.
Nope.
We've used them all.
Yep. The only thing is so with a vial, if you have like So a dose is 0.5 mLs. So if you have 0.3 and your other vial has 0.2, you cannot mix them. So some people may see that as, well, why can't you? But you cannot mix them. It's out there. And so here's the other part too, is if we do waste it, it is a federal offense. So I have no intent on wasting any doses. You know, people are getting charged for that, so I would not want.
For instance, last week when we did it, she had a dose left, and so she said, try this person, this person, this person. So the first person we answered their phone got it.
Yeah.
And the first person answered, we got up there, they get up there in 5-10 minutes, so they got it, so. They were the second one I called, and they were
And that person was 73 with two health
73 with
conditions.
many health, yeah, they had many
So-
different, two heart attacks.
That is the nice part about having the list. I can look at it and say, okay, this person really does need it. And they don't fit our age category, but we need to give this dose. And that's what we're told to do. If you have an 18-year-old that walks in and you have 10 minutes to give it. So I've told other people that have walked in with their spouse, you know, you're not in the category, but if you wait till the very end and I happen to have a dose, no, I'm not gonna waste it, so.
Well, I think the best thing is, like you said, kill them with information.
Yeah.
As much time as you can. And the problem is you're very busy, we understand that. But that Q&A I like that very much. I think it was a good thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna very much try to keep that updated. If I have trouble keeping that updated, I'll send my message to Aurora or somebody and they can work on that.
Plenty of people to help, so.
Yeah.
You just gotta holler. Everyone up here is willing to help you out.
Awesome. It's worked out really well. I've had the hope that I needed most weeks. It's just gonna be a bit of a stretch when I start getting 120 doses with that second round. You know, it takes, with 30 doses, it took close to 3 hours. So
And that's what giving them, 2 shots.
yeah, just between getting them registered, asking all the questions, having them sit that 15 minutes, and it may make a difference when we can space them out better.
I think it'll make a big difference in the auditorium.
Yeah, so that Amanda and I can move to each person instead of having a flow, so, yeah, I think it'll help. So, the next agenda topic.
Hot topic.
So mask mandate, my professional opinion is that we keep it in place just because we don't have a whole lot in the county vaccinated. But I know you guys have been getting a lot of calls, and I know it's hard to justify since the 26th, we've had 0 cases, 0 active positives, so hard to justify that too at the same time, but are the masks helping? And that's why we have 0 active cases. You kind of looked around, how many people did you see with masks on?
You know, it's still not terrible. I mean, it's, and we're definitely probably under 50% now, but,
Yeah,
you know.
so,
I did have a couple calls where they said, get rid of the mask, we don't have it here.
I did too.
You know, there's a couple ways to look at it, I think all public buildings, I think we have to have public buildings, I believe, right? Isn't the presidential thing 100 days or something?
That's federal, right?
For federal.
Just federal?
I'll say federal.
Just federal?
For the post office, yeah, stuff like that.
So if we did take it off, then we would not have it then.
Is Trail County, you thought was staying on till 18?
I think they were gonna talk till they're 17.
And they're gonna talk about it then?
Yeah, I believe so.
I feel that we should follow Trail in our social service. That's just me.
I think the courthouse should stay for now, if we open to the public. I'd like to see the masks stay
Stay on.
here in the building.
the one thing with opening to the public, we had talked about, how are we going to, if we just open the doors, how are we gonna make sure somebody doesn't walk in and just bypasses our whole screening process and stuff? That's the hard part. I think,
Because we don't have somebody sitting down there all day.
Yeah.
right,
If you wanna
so,
open up the building, we understand that, but give us a couple weeks to figure out how we're gonna do it, so we're asking.
So what you're saying is you'd rather have us wait till our March meeting to open the courthouse?
Either that
I,
in the middle of the month, I'd rather wait.
I think that would be a better idea, just so we can get some sort of plan in place, whether, you know, we could just tell the public it's open, but you need to call before you come in. I mean, so we're not restricting visitors, it's just key access type thing, you know?
I guess I haven't heard any complaints on the courthouse closed and making appointments. Have any of you guys heard any complaints?
So, but there's been a couple complaints, but they understand, they get it. And they were not denied access to the courthouse, they just had to wait for the right person to make sure they knew they were going up their office. But it was pretty limited.
So I guess we would need a motion to either extend the mask mandate and keep the courthouse closed in the way it is till the March meeting.
So my question is, with North Dakota then cutting down the mask mandate, I guess, what was the reasoning behind that, or the state itself?
Downward trend of cases, or upward trend of COVID vaccines.
He goes by the trend, that's how, he only looks at the figures, so he doesn't take anything else. My understanding is.
Yeah, Governor Burgum is very much a numbers guy. And it's, you know, the statistics all show that we're in a downward trend for cases, and we're in an upward trend for the vaccine. So reasons why, like Catherine was saying, I mean, it could be 1,000 of them. Is it truly just that we're not testing anymore or as much? Is it, do the masks actually work? I mean, at this point, we don't know.
Right.
You know, so, but if you look at the numbers, everything is trending where it should be, which is where he's coming from.
There's no accurate statistics to say people are wearing the masks when they're supposed to be and they're not doing, you know. That's where it's so hazy on the right answer at that.
I guess my opinion on it is as a business owner, I'd much rather have that decision at the business level, as is a county level here, us talking about the courthouse, to decide if I want patrons coming in here or going into my business, that they have to be required to wear a mask. Because I'll tell you, not a lot of places are, and there are a lot of places that are, you know, and I have no problem, not one problem putting a mask on if somebody asks me to. I wear my mask a lot, no matter what. So that's kind of where I sit with it. And like I said, we'll see what you guys decide to, so.
I think, and you're right, Brandon, I think that's why the mask, and we called it a mandate, which is never right, it wasn't a mandate, but we put it on for the state did. That's because I think there were some businesses that were looking at us like going, we don't want to make that decision, can you make that for us? And so we made that decision for them, basically saying, but it's up to you to enforce it, but yes, we want you to wear masks, so,
I've seen several businesses too that just have the sign posted outside and you walk in the building and nobody's wearing it. And they'll tell you when you walk in, it's just a formality, we have to have the sign up. So, I mean, are we really, I don't know what's.
I'd like to read this article out of the Fargo Forum. It was on January 16th. It was about Burgum's North Dakota statewide mask mandate will expire next week. The North Dakota Medical Association, which represents the doctors in the state, released a statement that they did not take a stand on the mask mandate. But also they're encouraging people to continue wearing masks. They are effective in preventing transmission, the statement read. We hope that local leaders support mask use so that schools and businesses can remain open and hospitals and clinics can continue to be available for patients that need care while we continue to increase the number of people that are immunized in North Dakota. So if they were saying that masks, work,
I will say, I did have a couple people ask that we leave it on as well, but I've had people also say, take it off. So it's a 50-50.
I've had people thank me that said, I'm glad you guys are keeping this on and stuff, so, but I've had opposite too.
Yeah, it's a split thing. It is.
Like I said, I don't think there's enough people vaccinated to make a great call on it. We're only almost through the 75 plus, which is the hard part. I feel that once we get further with the vaccine, even by the end of the month and relook at it beginning of March, we'll have a lot more people vaccinated. So at least with the first dose.
So Trail County's gonna decide the 17th or 18th, whatever their meeting is. So
Unless
to me, that means we leave it on until our next meeting. And we decide then. You're recommending to us basically to leave or have the mask mandate on because of the vaccinations. You're the public health nurse.
That is,
I'm gonna go with that recommendation.
February's a short month, and our next meeting will be here.
I think if we leave it on, it's important that we set the example for everyone also out there. It kind of looks ridiculous if we show up places without masks, and I know I've gotten a couple questions on, well, so-and-so's coming out of town and country without it, or,
Are the schools gonna stay on it anyway?
so
They're a different entity, I mean, as far as the schools in the county.
currently the school is following us. I know I had questions about it, can we put one in the hallway, nobody's around each other that long, the state mandate dropped, whatever, and I just said, no, we still have a county mandate, so, or a county resolution, probably the right word to use. And, then they went with what I said, if they're sitting at their desks, they're at least 6 feet apart, have them take their mask off, that's fine, but if they're getting up moving in the hallway, you cannot guarantee that they're not within 6 feet of somebody for how much time. So until we get rid of our mandate, I do feel that you should keep it in place. And again, I don't have any say over them, I can only recommend, so.
What's the reinfection rate after vaccine?
After vaccine, so they haven't put a whole lot of stats out on that yet. That's why they're telling everybody to keep wearing masks, because there's just not enough studies there. But they're saying about 7 weeks after your first vaccination, that is when you're gonna start having the response that they want to the vaccine. So I think Moderna's around 94% efficacy, so. We're hoping.
You can still spread it after the if you're vaccinated, right?
I would have to do more research on that side of it.
I think that's what I heard
They're
from.
still having you quarantine, they're still having you do everything like that. Just because there's a lot of unknowns, and it is an emergency use authorization vaccine, so there's just, with it being that, there's not enough studies behind it. So.
I'll make the motion, we leave it on.
Motion was made by Brian to leave it on until the March meeting. Do we have a second?
I'll make a second.
We have a second by Ted.
We need a roll call vote or what?
Yep,
Roll call vote. Ted,
yes,
Brandon,
No.
Brian,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes,
Richard, yes. Motion carried.
And that was just for the mask resolution?
Was that, Brian? How about the courthouse closing? Is the courthouse still
Remaining?
closed?
Leave it the way it is.
Was that in your motion, or do we need another motion?
To make it two separate
Yeah.
motions, it's two separate.
Are
I'll
you
make a
meeting
motion.
It's not closed.
No,
by appointment only?
yeah, I'll make motion.
Ted made a motion to keep the courthouse open by appointment only. Do we have a second?
So moved.
Second by Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay? Motion carried.
All right, and the final thing, we did get the $1,000 of propane. I talked to Connie and we got that figured out, so we should get a bill for that shortly. We'll be covered with the COVID money, or we'll look at putting that possibly in the grant if we can. So the FEMA grant you talked about is what,
3,400, so, I don't know if I talked to the rest of you guys about that, but, FEMA came out and they are, per executive order by the president, they are now supplying up to 100% coverage for anything related to vaccine, to the COVID vaccine. It includes, like Amanda's time that Catherine and I were talking about, she's gonna throw in there. It's a minimum of $3,400, so, we're gonna try and, there's specific things we can use it for, we can't use it for just random stuff, obviously, but anything related to COVID vaccine, we can, push through.
It's up to 3,400?
Minimum of
Minimum, okay.
So I think that would be a good thing to try to utilize, because the 55,000 we have from the state, my salary comes out of, any of Aurora's time she uses comes out of that currently. So I don't think that 55,000 is gonna go that far with a 6-month salary on
We're
there.
just starting with this.
So,
Long road.
yep, so that's everything that I have.
Who does the paperwork for the FEMA? Do you do that, Ben?
That'll be me, yeah, I'll work with Catherine to make sure we got all the documentation and stuff in place. It's gonna take us a little bit to get to $3,400, so it won't be for a while.
And a lot of my billing for the COVID grant, they have said to try to wait time to make sure you get everything in there. So normally we have been billing out monthly to the state to get that reimbursement, but they're asking that we kind of try to monitor that and throw it in lump sums and stuff, so.
It's probably all right though to bill it internally and monthly to make sure we stay on top of things.
That's what I thought too, is, and I'm keeping my records, I have a separate folder for each month and stuff like that, so we know where we're at. Yep.
Anything else for Catherine? Just want to say thanks, Catherine, for all you guys are doing, everybody with the vaccinations. If you need anything, please reach out to us. We want to make sure it goes smoothly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
I gotta take a quick, bye.
Do we have a motion to take a
Recess.
5-minute recess?
A motion.
Motion made by Brian, second. Second by Russell, 5-minute bathroom break.
Oh, yeah.
Reed, thanks for the sidewalk.
Huh?
Thanks for having them do the sidewalk. It makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, what's the city hall number again? 1550, 1551?
1561, I think.
1561. I think you're right. I forgot to call Martha yesterday to make sure we used the auto. You have a cell phone number?
Marcy's?
Yeah. But David, I don't know if I can find it, I don't think I have it.
You're 790495.
0495?
Check it.
Oh, yeah.
Brian, how's it going?
Not too bad.
Just
is just for me?
Yep.
Didn't get a chance to get down to Iowa to put all the prop bets in for Super Bowl, so we're scrambling to try and find somebody to gamble some money for them. I got a buddy who can gamble on that, so I think
Yeah.
Lawrence, you got one down? You know, I have mine right here, that would be a free of charge, or would we have to pay for use of that?
Here we go.
Yeah, I think Brian will agree with you, but if we have to rent it. What? Auditorium for what? Vaccination clinic. That we're gonna do. No, Brian just said, don't worry about it, so, there, you have your answer for sure.
Nice people there.
I know you're gonna say no, but we better believe it. He thinks he's the mayor, but we know that you're running.
we'll see how much COVID money's left. And we'll see.
So Portland, guys here run Norseman, the board that runs Norseman.
No.
They decided
no.
they heard,
Okay,
yeah.
so I think it'd be Wednesday, and Thursday, have the
Run that
contract.
headphone down there, pay for internet.
Oh, that's, but it won't be at night time, so it'll be.
That goes to COVID, man.
Yeah, it'll be during the day, it's usually still.
They came back and said, well, we're not gonna do internet. But since we have money, we'll charge you for it. They're ready. She was like, really? Come on, guys.
Nice.
Okay. Thank you. Wind up. The, doors call over there, making them pay.
Yeah. They originally
Were
weren't.
you talking to them?
I didn't talk to them, but they originally weren't. And then they found out that they had some COVID money.
Oh,
So then they're like, oh, yeah.
Red River Refrigeration is at the lake right now, working up an estimate. Dakota Refrigeration said bid same time, or bid same as last time. The bid is the same as the last time? Dakota said the bid was the same as last time, and Red River is there now at the lake, working up an estimate. So then we'll have two estimates from Dakota and Red River. Okay. Matt Roller just texted me now. Oh, okay, great. Okay, are we ready to reconvene? Do we need a motion for that?
Just call it back to order.
Call it back to order. Okay, we have Reed.
We're gonna look at, what we're gonna gravel for coming up. I gave you guys a handout of what we did since 2016. And then, also the second page is, what we did in 2020 and what we're looking at doing for 2021. The blue on, your second page there, that is what we did last year. We've been trying to do, to hire out, 43 miles, every year. And then, the county does 10 miles of graveling, we do spot graveling, mile here, mile there. And, just so that you guys can put that in your folder, because we just want to start looking at it now.
So what's this map supposed to be?
That is the one that we did last year. The blue is what was did last year, and what we're gonna do this year is the pink, or the orange, the orange.
And how many miles is the orange?
Orange right now, that I have marked right there, is 26 miles.
One more than that we're gonna do?
That is what, right now, what I think out there is, and by what we've been graveling, how we've been graveling, that's gonna need our first look at for next year, for this coming year. Wanna wait, then would be County Road 20 and 16,
that I'm kind of looking at also, but I want to wait a little closer to spring to see how our spring comes about. We don't have to go to ask for bids on this stuff. Last year was we got what we're gonna do in March approved, and then April, we do the bid letting, and May is when we award it. So, I'll just give you guys an idea on what you guys,
We can speed that process up too. We
Yeah.
normally take about a 3-month process to do this. Before, when we've had to get gravel done immediately, we've done it same day.
You're not gonna start graveling until end of May to
Yeah.
June first anyway, so
Right,
this-
it's,
right,
I think that works just fine the way it is.
Yeah.
That way we know what needs graveling and what doesn't need graveling.
so right now we have a $235,000 budget for gravel. The way that we do the math on it, we have the ability to, for a total of 43.5 miles this year. That's what we've been averaging for the last few years. Your guys' decision a few years ago was to split the county into thirds and then gravel a third of the county every year. We've had to go back and Reed's had to do quite a bit in additional gravel. Last year, we've always had changes, we've always had additions and over. County Road 5, for instance, last year had to get done, so that was an addition that you guys did at that time. But we're right on track for that. About 34, 35, we're gonna hire out, and about 10 to 15 that the road department's gonna do. Doing that will still be within budget.
because last year we ended up doing a total of 41 miles hired out, and then the county did 26. So it comes to 67 miles because of all the bad roads that we had, you know, and it sounds like FEMA's not gonna reimburse us for that. They tried to go through twice and
The frost boils he's talking about.
yeah, frost boils. So,
Okay.
but, something that we'll be looking at in the next few meetings. But 16, you know, that was done, back in 19, but it's got a lot of truck traffic we're getting through there from the north. And also 20, you know, you got, there's big, you know, stock farms, that's a big farm, and, at times they got 100 trucks coming in there. I mean, it just gets a lot of truck traffic. So,
Last year was a lot drier, so it wasn't as much, you know, didn't show as much bad spots, but
yeah.
who knows what this year will be.
Right.
We have a lot of time.
This year could be a lot better year for us. What I'm looking at doing for ourselves is, we're gonna do some on County Road 6 south of Hope. And we're also gonna gravel, that County Road 9 stretch that we milled up a couple years ago. We need to put some gravel on that, cause now when they're blading, they're starting to get down into the chunks. So we need to put at least, you know, 300 yards on there. That's a couple of the spots. And then up here on County Road 8 off of Highway 200, also, it's got a lot of loose product there. I need to haul some more material in with a little bit of binder so it don't washboard so bad. We're gonna try to get that, done. I mean, get a more, with some clay in it and stuff, so that it'll have more binder, so it won't be so washboardy. So, but,
All right, we'll revisit that in next couple of months, March, April.
okay,
What else you got?
well, we got the shipment of culverts in right now. So we're fully stocked on our culverts. The culvert prices are still going up. I mean, True North called me and he goes, you gotta tell your board that the way you guys are doing it, bidding, in December is a very good thing, because there's a lot of counties that don't bid until March, April. And he said by March and April, he figures that's gonna almost double from what it was when this year, from what we increased. They figure, it'll be twice that by the time it comes to March and April. So,
We'll make up that difference on paying for fuel, the tax.
the steel, yeah,
What do you sell these to,
we're locked in for a full year now. I mean, and, so we're good, we're golden.
So when we go back to fuel, have you bought your fuel? Is your
Yeah.
tanks full?
It'd be nice if we, if we get a transport in, I split it with who's ever cheaper, Cenex or whatever, and, but like we've only got one big tank here for number one, and I gotta have it low enough to put number two in it, which, if we have two tanks, I could have bought fuel when it was on the lower price on number one, and probably stretched it out farther, but I can't have a whole bunch of number one in that tank when it comes to, in March, so,
Well, maybe you should look at buying a 2,000 gallon tank for number one,
yeah,
and then you can blend it off.
yeah,
There wasn't a tank over there before for number one.
right,
Used to be.
But you should, we should really have our tanks full. Fuel's gonna go high, I think, this year.
The way the tax said this morning on the news, that it's going up. Gas and diesel.
Visit with the two
okay,
companies, three companies, wherever you get your fuel from, and talk about, I don't know how much fuel you use, but maybe you could even talk
we could
about,
probably go with a bigger 2,000 gallon, I mean,
just call and get some prices on some tanks.
yeah,
But you also gotta remember, with tanks, either you need to have them, double wall.
we gotta have double walled for what we have here, otherwise we're gonna have to make containment. Right now, we have, that rock, containment area, we'll have to have a double wall tank. So that, but I think we should get to at least like what we got, almost, 6,000 or something.
Well, a tanker was 7,500.
Yeah, this is what this is. And I gotta make sure I have it way down low, to get it all in there. We've actually had to go around and fill trucks and just to get the tanker off, so. But like Sandy, they'll give us tanker price and only give us, 3,000 gallons or 4,000 gallons too.
Finley will do that.
So, then Farmers Oil will do the same thing, so, they're pretty good with us that way. Like we get cash price on a lot of propane, stuff too, even on a whole, and stuff, cause we pay the bill right away, so.
I guess I'm just bringing it up, so just be aware of,
Okay.
try to be smart about buying your fuel, so you aren't buying it in the fall when it's jacked way up. That's all I'm getting at.
Nope, that sounds good, I'll do that. Then it'd be nice if we could take and put it like where that, oil tank is. If we give that to George and, the old oil, give George that and he could take it out to the base and set it up out there. And then we could put our tank right behind that. So they'd be right by each other. So,
Well, maybe we can put that on the county auction this spring. And see if they're interested in buying. I'm sure nobody's really interested in it, but
okay,
we can put it on a county auction, they can just
yeah,
remove it, we get little or nothing, it is what it is, at least it's a county auction.
well, that sounds good.
What else do you got?
That's all I have.
Okay, I am gonna bring up County Road 23. I did get 3 phone calls, or 3 people contacted me. We didn't go out and clean snow on Saturday or sand anything. I don't know how those roads look. I haven't drove County Road 23 since, but how's it look now?
We can't get, they're running it again today. Still had that frost layer on it, And the reason why it got built up over there by Hatton, and it was only like that. Because we salted over there, and the salt residue had the snow stick into it, and, that's what we're running into problems over there, because we salted it pretty heavy. They're trying to get rid of all that ice that was on it over there. So, but
I drove it last night. I
Have you
didn't think it
run
was the
blade on it?
greatest either, but
well, we got the underbody, that scrapes it off. I mean,
Does it scrape it as good as a blade?
oh yeah. That there curls down and it's got the weight of the truck right on it too. I mean, there's not much on there. It's probably about like that there, you know. Then yesterday the salt was still working, so that it was, if the sun would ever come out. So,
Don't sound like it.
Well,
no,
I did notice when I come off 200 onto County Road 8, the lane going north was pretty good because all the salt that the state dumped on that intersection.
yeah,
And there on the stopping lane, there was nothing on there, it was ice, pure ice.
where everybody was coming off the highway.
Right, so
Yeah.
what I'm saying is maybe it wouldn't hurt to throw a little salt on some of the stop signs on some of the paved roads.
We did on 23 and 8 too, that's why it,
I understand, I mean, I
Yeah.
know it blows, but
yeah.
you know what, we're gonna probably have to salt them some more.
did they go out over the weekend?
What's that?
Did they go out on the weekend? I had someone message and I just said, well, you need to call Reed.
Yeah,
Did the plows go out over the weekend, she's asking?
yep.
They didn't, did they?
They plowed it first and then they salted.
Did the plows go out
Did they go
over the
over the
weekend?
weekend?
Over the weekend, no. Well, we only got like an inch, inch and a half.
Well, I brought it up because we had people complain about it, so.
Okay.
They didn't go out Saturday.
Did they go on Sunday?
Saturday night, they went out 5 a.m. Sunday.
Okay.
They did not run their trucks over this way on Saturday at all. It was bad.
I just want to stay on it. We've been known to keep our roads good now. I want to make sure we maintain that.
Yep. No.
A lot of the county people are happy with what we've done now. and
Yeah.
Like I say, maintain that.
And if you guys are out, like, you're down there, if you're on 25, give me a call and just let me know. Cause it's different from one side of, like, over there by Hatton was worse than down there by you, that day. It probably snowed a little bit more over there too, but,
We're on track to get 2 to 4 tomorrow night. Wednesday night, the first night, and then it's supposed to go, we're supposed to get like 60 on our way, and it's supposed to be tennis around, so.
How's our blade? Have you heard any more news? on the blade?
Maine, they're looking at.
May delivery?
Main delivery, yep. Only thing, with the main delivery one that it didn't have was the 2 hydraulic lines to the rear for, what do you call them? Packer. And I said, we don't even have one, so you don't need to put them on. So that's why it got moved up to me.
What are you guys working on in the shop?
They're building a grizzly right now for screening rock. We're up and looked at Richards up in Fordville, and, so we're making it like the one that he has up there to screen rocks, so it, for riprapping and stuff like that. That's what we're working on.
Okay, anything else?
Oh,
Anybody else have any questions for you?
When you sell culverts to farmers or whatever, do you sell them at what you pay for them or replacement cost?
10% over, I believe.
10% over what you pay for them or 10% over replacement?
Well, we have a locked in for the year, So you go 10% over our price.
Sometimes we end up delivering them.
Then you charge for that, don't you?
Yeah. So,
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Reed.
Yep, thanks, Lee.
It's 10%, then we charge. It's 10% over current price, and then we charge for it. So if we have to deliver it, we have to clay,
I know
rock.
there is code. I know you're
Most all the
always
time, Brian,
looking.
Oh, my goodness.
really, we can't sell the farmers, they have to go through their dumpers.
Okay, we move on to Ben, emergency manager.
Okay, so, you guys would have had a big list of stop permits. First and foremost, those quarterly reports, if you guys have any questions on those, I can answer them. Otherwise, we'll keep moving. Awesome. I think generator, I don't have any generator, I think generator was on the list. Right?
It is.
So I just dropped off this morning, I just got done this morning, North Star submitted those, bids. I don't know if you guys wanna look at those or not, I haven't looked at them, I haven't opened them.
We do have here two bids from North Star Electric.
That's
On the generator, one of them, so he quoted two, he's, quoted one that is just the electrical, and then he quoted one for the heat. We had a couple different conversations, we had Hope Electric come out, Nick Rennebu came out, and he, went through everything, said, yep, we can definitely put the generator on, one thing, one generator, make it work, it'd be fine. He called me back about 20 minutes later after he had a conversation with Ottertail and said, absolutely not, there's no way we can do it with the system that we have currently set up. We'd have to do two separate ones. So, when I talked to Tyler at North Star, he had the same thinking right away that we could do it all into one. And he also called me back about 20 minutes later after he got off the phone with Ottertail and said the exact same thing. There's no way we can do it. We'd have to do two separate ones. Just this morning, when I talked to him, he said there is a way that we can do it together, but we need more time to look through it. So
Is Hope gonna bid it yet or
Hope
not?
is gonna bid it, as far as I know. I talked to Nick late last week and he said he's still working on it. He didn't know if he'd have it ready by today.
Okay, so then these bids here, I think we should just hold on to these bids and not open them.
That's fine with me.
Otherwise, it's a public bid opening, otherwise it's not fair, so Charlie would agree with that, we'll just hold on to them. Here you go, Nick.
So there's obviously a lot of discussion that's been happening around the generator. The biggest thing that we've had obviously is, getting the current one up and working and running. So that's where this whole conversation started again. We've been talking about the generator for a few years, notice I said. So I definitely agree we need to get something done. I do have a grant in right now, to, the feds, about this generator. We are quote unquote preliminarily approved for it, which right now means nothing. It just means that the funding is designated to us, but FEMA still has to go through their awarding guidelines in order to officially award it. So we still can't do anything with it. The absolute earliest I'm going to hear anything about this is not until the end of February. So I know we want to get this generator done and replaced, and we want to get moving with it quick. I agree with you. My fear is that if we do it now, and then a month from now, we come back and we could have a grant ready for it. We're kind of in the, you know what I mean? Other way to think about it, and I wrote in that email, is it's a FEMA grant, so we have to abide by everything that FEMA says we have to abide by. It being a historical building, we can get around a lot of that because there's a current one already in place. So we're not necessarily, adding in a whole bunch of extra new stuff. We're kind of fixing up what we have. So we can make that work with the Historical Society. I'm not too concerned about that. But the state does come out and they do their inspection and go through it, and that, if it's done a weird way or not done the right way, it could raise red flags. So, I guess it's up to, what do you guys want to do with it? Do you guys want to move forward, or do you want?
I'd like to see us get some bids so we know where we're at anyways. and then wait until you hear more about your bids and go from there.
Okay.
But I think we need to start, at least know approximately what it's gonna cost us, what we have to do, see if we can get by with one generator, which would be great if we could.
Right.
And then just so we can prepare ourselves for either a grant or whether we have to buy this thing outright or what.
Okay.
I know we've talked about this I've been on this board, I think 5 years. We've talked about it at least since I've been on, and probably longer.
Probably. So what was the problem with our generator we have now?
So, the switch wasn't flipped downstairs to turn it on?
It actually, what the switch is for is a heater to turn it from vapor into gas, or from gas to liquid, I guess is what it was. So it would not start.
So, we didn't really know what to do. Reed called Butler, and Butler came out and took a look at it, or Cap, I should say. And they found that, and we're like, oh, it's just a switch. Okay, well, that $750 bill, that was for just a switch. They did go through it, they made sure all of the stuff was filled up, all the liquids, everything like that, so it is in working, functioning order. But wasn't too impressed with the,
Well, now with the frost and everything else, I was out of power 5 hours on Saturday, and now they blinked again this morning. I'm on Nodak Electric, but, we're Otter Tail here, and it can happen here in Otter Tail too, so
it definitely,
it's something we have to stay on top of.
yeah,
With this-
Especially with these vaccines here.
Yes, yes.
Say if these vaccines, if they go bad, we will be in deep trouble with the citizens of Steele County. So just do your best to see what you can do for grants and let's work on getting these bids so we're prepared when they come in.
I will push the guys at the state a little bit more and see if we can get better answers for March, at least, that'd be nice, and then I'll get on some bids for you guys for Hope Electric too.
So then North Star has enough time to look into.
I will call Tyler and let him know to.
Actually, you can probably give him these bids back,
I could do that.
because I'm sure that'll change.
Sure.
Tell him thank you for working on that.
Okay, any other questions on the generator? Lights is the next thing on my list. So you guys asked me to contact North Star and Hope Electric. I wound up just going through the quotes and just did a comparison. I sent that out to you guys. Basically, there's, you guys can look through that if you want, but North Star came in lower. They had a little bit more of, it's just depending on how they counted, really what it came down to. So, North Star counted 52 4-lamp, 4-foot high bay fixtures throughout the courthouse, and Hope Electric counted 53. North Star counted 50 of the 2-lamp, Hope Electric counted 41. North Star included the 100-watt screw-in lamps throughout the courthouse. Hope Electric didn't. I don't know what you guys want to do with that, but one of the biggest difference is the 100-watt lights throughout the courthouse that North Star quoted Hope Electric didn't. North Star quoted Finley Shop and courthouse separate. Hope Electric said that they will, I put in here, will write the grant. They will help write the grant, but they will not write the grant. That has to come from us.
Who said that? Hope?
Hope Electric. North Star didn't have anything in there for theirs. Hope Electric doesn't include any of the outside lights in the Hope Shop. And Hope Electric states in their bid that they will not dispose of anything in the current fixtures. North Star said he will take care of all of them.
So it looks like North Star's got more lights.
Looks like North Star's got more lights.
And the grant writing would have to be done by you then?
Yeah, well, whoever you guys want to do it. I looked at it. I got some preliminary information from the guy that's in charge of it. When I talked to him on the phone, he said it's a pretty straightforward thing. You fill out these forms, we get ship bill approval. It doesn't sound like it's very much intensive.
So Hope Electric, their pricing was $11,087. North Star was $9,003.
Correct.
Do we apply for the grant first before we do this? Or how does it, have you read to see how that works?
We can award it and then write the grant, it doesn't really matter. There's, because this is an annual and a state funding, not a federal funding, there's no procurement guidelines, there's no, hey, you awarded it and then you started it and then you have to write the grant, there's none.
Is the grant for sure?
No, well,
I believe there's funding still in there from what
Yeah.
I've researched on it and heard from them. It's an ongoing grant, there's not a deadline.
the state's fiscal year ends June 30, so they're looking to get rid of some money right now.
Can we apply for the grant first?
Yeah, we can.
In my opinion, I'd like to apply for the grant first, see if we get approved. That's my opinion. What's the rest of you guys say?
I think that's a good way to look at it for sure.
I do too.
Then we got the grant and then we cash over the bids.
We're gonna get everything, I's dotted, the T's crossed and everything right to start with. And we don't-
Yep, right up.
It's a 50% grant, correct?
50/50, yeah.
And, I mean,
So it's gonna cost us about $4,500.
It's,
and realistically, it needs to be done.
yeah. It's a reimbursement grant, so it's one of those we pay for it all, we get 50 back from the state.
How long, or when are the grant, when is it due, or it's not due?
It's
There's
ongoing.
not,
Can
yeah.
you work on that this month and try to get it done and then we'll meet about it again in March? Is that fair enough? Is that for everybody else?
Sounds good.
Okay. Let's move on.
The last thing on my list was actually Wayne's item, so I'll let him.
This is for the Ranger?
Yep. Well, it's more than that, it's overtime too.
Okay.
So, grant opportunity came up, in December when I was in Bismarck, from the Parks and Rec. And they're really pushing to have, especially sheriff's offices do some overtime for ATVs. So that grant would be to pay for overtime. And then there was also money available out of that grant to buy something that would work for that. The first one would be the overtime is 100%. We put in for that one, and actually they gave us a little more than we asked for. They gave us, I think, the $4,000 then. 4,000, that was 100% payback. I put in, just so you know, I put in for $40 an hour. $5 of that going back to the county. So the county will receive the guy who paid $35, and $5 will be for that county. I'll have to pay for gas, pay for anything else we want to use it for. And then the Ranger, we have three options. I think you have that, what we could do there. It was an 80-20 or an 80-20 split. They will accept the old Ranger for the 20%. And so those prices that you have are the three that from high to low. Talking with Angie, she was fine with all of it. No problems at all.
So Angie owns also part of our old Ranger.
Yeah.
Some of you don't
The
know.
old Ranger.
They're gonna give us $3,600 trade-in for the old Ranger. You did talk to her about, she would also help pay for the new Ranger if we decide to go with one, correct?
I did not ask her about money in the weed board. I do not know what the weed board has for money. So,
Okay, I misunderstood
I
you.
guess they do.
I think the top, I'm sure they do, but the top I saw, the top, I think it was like 1,800, but now, and I don't know how you want to use that, but there'd be an additional $500 coming off that grant, the $5 an hour. I think if I figured out right, $4,000 by $5, be another 500. So you could throw that all towards that if you want to pay for that. I mean, the reason I want the overtime is gonna help us, because I know a lot of you guys don't remember this, but we used to do a thing called alcohol overtime, which helped pay for the guys when we worked the 4th of July weekend at the lake, like pick the tax pay, we were in Finna days and we were cold days. I put those guys on for hours for that, and we didn't have to take it out of anybody, but, you know, or it came out of the budget, but it's reimbursed federally, so we got reimbursed for that money, so it saves us a lot of money. So that's what we'll use that for again, basically, is for mostly the month of July, but more than that. We'll use it for Finley days, Hope days, and then the lake gets used quite a bit. But yeah, there's three tiers, back to there's three tiers that you could do. I think the one that costs is 1,800 out of pocket, am I right on that? I don't have. it.
18
The next one was down to 1,200, and the next one was down to 900 something, or 1,000. So if you took the 500 off the top, some of those go down quite a bit. So a brand new Ranger from the top to the bottom, product pays $1,500.
So the only one that's a crew is the $1,800 one?
Right.
But that doesn't have air conditioning?
That's the big one. I just have them, 3 of them up for us.
They totally enclosed cab?
These are cabs. They all have, all 3 of them do have cabs.
I will say the air conditioner is nice to have.
The other one is 2000, and it's a 2008, I believe, so. But
It's
still runs
time
good.
to
They were
update.
very impressed with it, how nice it was. Kept up, so. But we only put, that one is tough, because it's tough to drive that one at night without a cap with that whole thing. You can't patrol at night with that thing. You're eating bugs and you're eating.
Would you want a 4-door or a 2-door?
To me, it doesn't matter. I could care less. Sometimes a 4-door would work for us, but other times I'm thinking maybe that's too big. So that might mean that if we do have, the good thing is if it doesn't have a full cab, we don't have to trailer it, but we can drive it out the way and leave it up there. We don't have to, we don't have to haul it all over the place. But Reed doesn't think on our trailer that would work. We might have to switch trailers for the mower trailer around and use that one. But I'm not that worried about it because I don't think we'll have to load it very often anymore if it has a cab on it. We drive pretty easy, so get everything messed up. But I don't know what you guys want to spend. I think that's a cheap way for us to go right now. That I don't know if this one will ever get offered again as far as the 80-20 split.
So the 80-20 split, the equipment is only for law enforcement, that's why we wrote it for under sheriff's office.
And we brought up the Parks and Rec, that we shared this with the people, yeah, no problems with that, right? 0 problems.
Parks and Rec also has money that they're looking to spend. I think he had just over 70,000 he was looking to spend last time I talked to Tony. So he had given us the preliminary okay right away, and then I got this grant approval letter from him. We haven't accepted anything yet because Wayne wanted to talk to you guys about it first. The other idea with this, and Wayne and I was talking about, is that this is one of those where it kind of just keeps on giving. At some point, we're 5-6 years down the road, and maybe look at doing this again. At that point, you have this 20% already in the trade-in value in this one, so it's no additional funds down the road. That's the idea at least, but.
Who will handle that grant? You will. I know Rick used to do the DUI overtime stuff, but it needs to be spelled out on their overtime sheets, clear.
We don't report a thing back to them. They don't have forms, they don't have nothing we have to put back to Parks and Rec. And so I need to come up with a form, and then I've talked about that, I need to make a form out. That spells out the overtime, and then I want a site log with that as well. So I know you don't understand, it won't go to you, but that's just.
No, I'm just making sure somebody will be in charge of that and it will get.
So this even says Parks and Rec requires monthly off-highway vehicle enforcement reports from your department annotating total hours, location, engagements, and citations issued in a report of your choosing for the date and time you are requesting reimbursement. So it has to be done monthly for the grant.
We have enough issues with the payroll. We
And
just
some months
want it
won't-
clear.
Obviously, some months won't be nothing.
This one is, they can do, for the Ranger, if you guys so choose to go with this, they said that they will either transfer or they'll do a reimbursement. So, they can supply the money right away, or they can do the reimbursement process. If they supply the money, it's a supply or reimburse, it's about a 14-day period, because they gotta go through.
So the $1,000 or $1,800, do you have anything in your budget you can take it out of?
Well, I suppose we could find it somewhere. The part of it could come out of the overtime, but then they'd be reimbursed, assume we can do that. But the 1,800, no, I wouldn't know where to pick that up. We'd have to dig around. Probably be short, because my budget is not very deep.
It can come out of overtime. If they're getting reimbursed for overtime, things like that, it will come from there.
Unless we're trying.
I think that $5 would cover the cost of doing that overtime, so.
I think this is a good time to upgrade that Ranger. It is
No, yeah, you'll get a better deal.
It's 13 years old. The only question that I would have is which one would you pick out of the three?
That's me, it'd be mine and where to find it, is there money in the week, but I don't know that, so I did not ask if there's money.
Does Angie use it?
She doesn't use, us, you mean, or her?
No, does she use the Ranger now?
I don't think she
wasn't,
used it this year, she
there-
has used it a couple times in the past, but I'm thinking that it has a cab on it, she can get up further and go a little further with it, she doesn't have to load it up and all on the whole. She can
right,
drive the thing the whole thing, I mean, it's okay, she's gonna get there and back fast enough, so. I do believe, talking with her, that they probably use it a little bit more. They can go on
because
some
we had
road
talked
trips.
about moving it to you, because she didn't
Yeah, maybe she does, I don't know.
at
but-
one time.
She did, we asked her one time, she said she didn't even care if she had it.
Right,
She didn't care, because she doesn't, she's not gonna spray, so, maybe she doesn't want it more.
well, maybe she'll use it with a cat, like you said.
I bought with her half for one, more than that. So
Well,
we're there
maybe-
money. So I don't mess with that, she knows exactly where that Ranger is every day. So, I mean, when it was at your farm, since she knew that it was here, she could call me, I'd go pick it up, or she knew where she could pick it up, so she knows where it's at.
But we can probably just keep the same rules, if she needs it, she can use it, she doesn't ever use it, but it's
Yeah.
available.
Are you gonna go with that option one, is that the game plan, with the one with
I
that?
have no option plan in there, it's all I'm asking for a cabin, and here's what I want to told the beef out that would, so, I mean, I could care less which one you do. I mean,
I will say that air conditioner.
the Ford one is, I mean, it is nice, I know that, but.
When you're
you know,
going with it, what's,
And we are in the summertime, that's, we're in there, but yet,
it's $1,000 more?
So with the four cab too, with the doors, Jake, I mean, and you guys know Rangers better than I do, but Jake even said that those, you can take those doors off pretty easily.
Well, the middle one is 2 weeks out, and the other one is 4 to 6 weeks out. And one of air conditioning is 8 to 12 weeks out for sure.
that was a middle one, right?
Which one?
The 1200, yeah.
Yeah, 1200, yeah, middle one, is the one that they have. And that one, I believe, if it's in, Richard, maybe, Ron, that one's a North Star one?
Yeah,
I
that's a
believe
North
that
Star.
comes with a winch. I believe comes with a winch, I forgot about that. So, not that, well, it's good to know though, we might have something we need it for.
No, you'd be surprised what branches they can pull.
Yeah.
You can always put a blade on the front or whatever.
So, I mean, that's a thrown in option, so.
All right, what do you guys want to do?
Can you get along with option number two?
I get along with option number 3, if you have a 4, I'd probably do it, it's all about for it, has a cab or a decent window around there, that suns. And we do use it quite a bit at maintenance on it. I love it. Other than that.
So our old one, does that have doors on it?
No.
It has a
Has a
windshield that
windshield?
goes that far up.
No,
It's just a partial windshield.
Yeah.
there's no top on it?
Yes, there is a plastic top, we put a plastic top and they had a full windshield for a while, but that was, it basically was very common, it just, you couldn't keep a full one in there. Without doors to secure it.
But it runs all right?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's fine.
If you guys approve this, Finley Motors will be selling it for about $4,000. You guys.
You go buy it, for 4,000. 4,000.
No.
It's just a quick way to update and that'll help us, if we're basically, we're not getting information, I'm not gonna take care of it. Because it's just not. Most of our problems is that.
Well, do we need a motion to
We need a
buy?
motion
Need
to
some-
buy one, and which one to buy?
Which one do you want?
I'll probably go in the middle, I would.
The one thing with the
But maybe
middle
you
is,
guys want a 4-door, maybe you wanna use it when you go outside.
I don't think you want to.
I don't think either, I think it's big, I think it's just a bit too big what I wanna use it for.
Yeah.
I can't get around as well.
Yep, okay. I agree with you.
Not like we're transporting prisoners in it, but if we went to an incident where we brought people, I think it's handy,
It
you
is,
know, but we're not like Richard that gets one that goes to railroad, has all 4 railroad guys around. We don't have to do that very often. They can sit in the back, you know? So, to me, the middle one would be about the cheapest, I mean, the best way to go, I think, I don't remember, the middle one is.
Option one.
Option one in your guys'.
Option 1.
option 2, you mean?
option two. Option one's got the air conditioning.
He means middle in price.
Middle
Yeah.
in price, yeah, so option one.
No.
No,
Oh,
option
okay,
2. No, yeah, so you're right.
It's option 2.
Option one's the Ranger, the North Star Factory polycap with the EPC. Option two
So
would
that's gonna
be,
be 8 to 12 weeks out, the middle price one, so you're looking at, probably July.
So we're going to option 1, that's the North Star.
I do recommend having air conditioning.
You do?
Yep.
Well, then we gotta go with 1 then.
Well,
That's
I'm just-
only
that's
one
my
there.
opinion.
8 to 12 weeks is not that big of a deal. We're using it now anyway until, we're not putting tracks on or anything because I don't need that. The whole fire department's not have tracks, everything's for emergencies, so
So we'll probably get it to June 1st.
that would be about when we need it, so.
So how much do we owe on that one then?
So that would be $11.99, $1,200. And if we do this, Emily said we could take the money out of the overtime budget and to pay for the $1,200. Because you would get your grant,
Your
Yeah,
overtime
then
will
we
come
can put
back out of
500
the
back in
grant.
there. Almost.
no, the 1,200. We'd be taking 1,200 out of the overtime grant, overtime
Yeah, because we'll
budget.
save, yeah.
Because we'll save it on the overtime.
Yeah, it will, it should come back.
The 500 can go towards expenses still, so
Right.
then your budget's still good.
Well,
Either way.
throw that into the general fund. $5 I thought would be plenty, because I don't think it's gonna heat. Shouldn't have to fill a bunch of gas and all that.
No, but insurance and all of that, so.
So do we have a motion to purchase a Ranger, or are we gonna skip it?
I'll make a motion to purchase the 2021 Ranger.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
No? Motion carried.
I guess, should we put that grant money in there as well?
Yes.
Is that
Well-
included into that, the grant money as well, so that I know that?
So we want the Ranger and the grant.
Right.
That's what everybody agrees on, right? Yes.
Do you guys want us to work with the state to get this money
Yes.
combined first, or do you want to do a reimbursement?
Is this guaranteed?
We have to accept it, but yeah.
If as long as it's guaranteed, you can go ahead and order the machine as far as I'm concerned.
There's just two different
We
ways.
got the acceptance letter.
We either pay it and the state pays us, which is usually easiest, or the state pays for the motors and we pay for the motors at the same time.
Well, we can wait
We can pay it if we're gonna get our return
I'm sure that
fairly.
by the time the Ranger comes in, we'll have our money from the state. It's 3 to 6, or it's, was it for 3 to 12 weeks out, 8 to 12? I'm sure we'll get the money first.
Okay, I'll let Jake know to order it, you'll let Jake know to order it, I'll let point out to the state that we approved it, and we'll do a reimbursement.
Did you have anything else, Ben?
No.
Actually, there was something I wanted to bring up. You got us quotes for all these doors and everything. We didn't talk about that today.
That was in here.
I thought that was under executive.
Oh, yeah.
session.
Okay.
It was
I could
in
be
your,
wrong.
it was in your
Yeah,
stuff, but it's under executive.
That is. Okay, some time for that.
So we do need to wait till the time listed on the,
You have anything else,
10:30.
Wayne?
All I have.
Okay.
Um,
Executive session.
If I can just say one thing, just an informational thing for you guys, Hope repeater, the antenna for the repeater down in Hope on the water tower broke a couple weeks ago. So for emergency response purposes, we went down there, we have everybody transferred over to the Sharon Fire Channel for Hope Fire and Ambulance, so they can still receive pages on their phones. And then we have all their trucks and their radio switched over to the Finley Fire Channel, so they can still talk to dispatch. So we have the plan in place, it's working.
Are they gonna replace that?
Yeah, so they were supposed to be down here last week, it was too icy for them when they got here. Then today they were supposed to come down again, but I talked to Mike here this morning from Stoneman, and they said it's, weather sucks. I said it's gonna suck for the next week or two. So he said, we'll play it by ear and he'll try to give me like a couple hour leeway when he's in down, but just to keep you guys in the loop with what's happening.
So whose tower is that?
It's their, it's
their-
Hope City, it's their
Hope
problem.
City?
Yep, it's the fire department, between the fire department and the city, we have nothing to do with it besides the emergency management and all that stuff.
We just got them switched over so they can page off the sheriff's department now and.
We have our conduit operations plans and they work as they should in this case, so.
How old was the old one?
I don't know.
Well, it's time for a new one.
Yeah, probably.
In town.
Yeah.
Well, they moved it.
We
They
can
moved it over
do
to Gilbert.
Tax
director?
I think they bought a new one then.
the, yeah, we can kick her
Now,
through.
what,
Amy,
what, 5 years old? Not very old.
We'll move on and talk with the tax director. Where, can you come in?
early, please.
I'll be back down in 15 minutes.
Thanks, guys.
We've got about 15 minutes.
Hopefully it takes 2.
Okay. Hello, Amy, thank you for coming in.
First thing I have is an abatement for Gene Cole and Peter Onstead. Their parcel was split off last year into pretty much 2 separate parcels, split in half. The original parcel was not put to inactive, so they were being double billed. So that's what the abatement for. You guys are okay with doing that? Just pretty much making, I don't know, go
Can you
away.
make a
Yeah.
motion then?
Yeah, we need to motion approve it.
Do we have a motion to approve the abatement?
Why was it double billed?
It wasn't made inactive after the split,
It was a tax director error,
yeah.
the tax director at the time. So it was our error. She
It was
called.
county error.
She called. I was looking at the parcels with her because Amy was out that day. And we did make that error. And so I brought it to Amy's attention. It wasn't her at the time. So the right way to correct that, since it was our error, is to do it through the abatement process. And
So do we send them their money back for,
They haven't paid it,
okay,
so it would just kind of get taken out in the county, right? I mean, Carrie would have to do
Correct.
something over there.
Carrie would basically remove it.
okay.
So what did it amount to?
The tax amount is $533.30.
I did ask Amy to go through all of the splits from last year and make sure that nothing else slipped through that we can correct on our end. So,
Okay. We have a motion for the tax abatement.
So moved.
Motion by Russell, do we have a second? Second. Second by Brian. Vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No? All approved, motion carried. Okay, what else you got?
Tom Erickson from Colgate EDC had contacted me, regarding their, building that Veteran Foods was in. And he thinks that the value is outrageous for that property.
Which building?
It's where Vectrum Foods was. They used to pack like pasta, kind of like hamburger helper type meals in there. So right out along that highway.
It's right by the substation there.
At Colgate,
Yep, in Colgate.
okay.
Um,
Is that business no longer open?
They closed, April of 2020. They did not move their stuff out until August of 2020. I did talk with Ryan from Vanguard when he was here, and he did say and suggest that we could do a vacancy decrease on the property, but he would suggest to not do any more than 30% reduction for the vacancy of the building. The only way to go back for 19 and 20 they would have to file an abatement to get those taxes reduced too. You just question
And that would be
that.
their responsibility, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I wanted to kind of bring it to your, to see if you guys agree if we should do a reduction.
What is their taxable value per year now?
Taxable is well, I think it's 23,000 approximately. The taxable, yeah. But the actual taxes are 6,000. But they never came to the Vanguard meetings that were held either. So
You're saying that it's after the fact they want them lowered?
and now the people that were leasing it, Vectrum's calling me too.
Did you tell them that they have to do an abatement to go
I was
back?
gonna call Tom after I talked to you guys.
So they could go through the equalization process.
Yep.
Right now, if they wanted to dispute their value moving forward, right?
Yep.
That might be a good option as they go to Colgate and start with the local level and then work their way.
The correct channels.
Yep. Okay.
So, would we act on anything then now, or the 30%? Or would we let them start at City of Colgate first?
I think we should go through the equalization. I would suggest that, but if we do the decrease that amount by 30% or less, we have to look at all the other commercial structures too in the area. If there's anything vacant as well, so that it goes across the board. We're not just favoring one person. So yeah, let's just see, I guess.
Is that how you would prefer?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's your recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good with your recommendation. Anybody else?
You gotta speak up, Amy.
I know.
I agree. Yep. You agree, Ted? Brandon? Yep. Brandon? Russell?
Yep.
Okay.
So you'll call them and let them know to go the proper channels and work their way up?
Yep.
Thank you.
And then I do have an add-on. Greg Kickerson just dropped off 2 building permits for him and his brother. They are paid. They're putting up 2 grain bins.
So we're looking for a motion to approve a building permit to put up 2 grain bins. Does everything meet the requirements?
Yep.
So moved.
We have a motion made by Brian, a second by Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
No? Motion carried.
Thanks, that's all I have.
Any other thing going on in your office you need any help with, or everything's going all right?
So far, so good. A lot of assessing. I'm getting closer to being done with all the missed properties in Vanguard, so.
Okay.
I'm less than probably 40, I would say, properties left out of the 200.
Okay,
So-
good job.
I hopefully can get them done in the next couple months.
Computer's working good?
Yeah, it's great.
Good.
I'm very happy about that, thanks.
Good.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just like,
So the FFCRA, if we could kind of get through that really quick here before 10:30. That's the paid corona leave, the 80 hours that employees were eligible for. Officially, that kind of ended the 31st of the year. We did have a road department employee who they had sent home because of a situation, and I brought it to he had tested positive within 3 months, so he's able to still work, not be quarantined. That's the procedure, but that brought up the conversation with Ben and regarding the paid leave time for employees. If you guys wanted to renew that, we're coming upon a year of when this all started with their 80 hours of paid leave. So I told them March probably would be the starting point if we renewed that for a year. I think it's good to keep it on the year basis, not just a new year. Reed had thought it started over January 1st, and that's not the case. It actually all ended then. So I don't know if you guys have thoughts on that, or if we're just gonna let it go at this point, because the program did end
When did that end again?
the
Sorry.
31st,
Now
December. We
the COVID
haven't,
Program,
right.
so there is no other programs out for that now, right?
I don't believe they've enacted any new ones at this
So
point.
that program gives them additional
80 hours of paid,
on top of what they.
their personal
Their
leave,
personal
right,
leave.
correct. So we haven't had anyone else in the situation,
COVID specific.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's just COVID.
just COVID. Has to be quarantined, you know.
When did you say that employee, was that, you said employee was sent home?
Yes,
When was that?
in the past month,
Okay,
in January.
okay. But that did end, so,
They were sent home by the road, or the department head. Then I was made aware through someone else. And after talking with them and public health, this individual was within the 90 days immunity per se from testing positive themselves. You're supposedly immune for the 90 days and do not have to re-quarantine. So they were brought back into work. Everybody was reminded, you know, you need to be wearing your masks, you need to be cleaning, everything you should be doing, continue to do.
who sent them home?
The department head.
Did
So-
he talk to the public nurse, the requirements, before he sent her?
I do not believe so. And it's easy to forget. All of them have a lot on their plate too, but it just popped into my mind that, you know, this individual had the situation not long ago. And, you know, when they thought about it.
When you're looking at future, what's the process for, like we had it, this program not in there, and, you know, somebody else tests positive in here, what's the.
So it'd be basically then, right now, then they would be sent home with, they'd use their sick leave, their own, and when they're out of that, then they would not get paid for what we have right now, correct?
Correct. I see both sides of it.
So you're,
So
you're
I-
asking us whether or not we would like to extend the hours on our own?
Or take it on an individual, or just leave it, and they use their sick leave. On one hand, it gives them a little bit of ownership and taking responsibility for their own actions outside of work. On the other hand, you know, this is a situation where you can't always control everything either. You know, I don't,
Well, we've had this question before, somebody goes on a trip, somebody comes back. How
right,
much responsibility do they take on their own?
Great.
So,
That's right. I think
it's gotta
we
be,
talked last
it's gotta
time
be an
about that.
individual.
I would agree. And I look at it both ways too, though. I mean, you can get it, your trip could be uptown to the grocery store.
I know.
correct.
I get it. I mean,
It's,
but if
it's a
you're-
tough one.
Leave it as we go, I suppose, huh?
What's that?
We leave it as we go.
I like the idea that we do it individually. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the only issue I suppose there is, if it happens, like say now, and next payday with,
Correct.
if they're out of sick leave time, and our next meeting is after they need to be paid, what do we do then? That's gonna be the only issue that we could run into, I think.
Cross that bridge when we get to it.
If we have a situation, I will call you.
Okay.
And then we can take it by,
And maybe that's, as an employer standpoint, that's something we can discuss with Charlie,
What are you talking about?
just to see
We're
what,
talking about, the COVID paid 80 hours
leave.
from leave.
Yeah.
And it ended 12/31.
Right.
We had an employee go home in the last month. He was looking to get reimbursed that time. I don't know if he had sick leave.
He's fine,
They had
yes, he
sick
had
leave,
both
but-
leave and,
The question
Corona
was whether they could use, or for sure if they would get paid or not. So our question is, what happens if they run out of sick leave and they are sent home because of COVID possibly? Do we pay them, or do we put that out as, we're gonna pay everybody, or our original thought was we would do it on as, each person basis?
I guess my thought was, I think we and I talked about this, that just because the federal COVID, leave expired on the 31st, so expired on the 31st, but we had people who used it, obviously prior to that. And so there's nothing preventing the county from continuing that on its own. And
Well, I think we've talked, and we would like to do it as each individual basis. We wanna know, so let's just say if somebody's on a trip, they get it, we understand a trip to the grocery store could be a trip, but we wanna do individually each one. So then we're worried about if we do it that way, say if they run out of vacation, let's say somebody gets sent home today, they run out of sick leave before our next meeting, but we have to pay them, what would be our option?
Right, if you do it on an individual basis, that's gonna cause a problem. My thought was, we still have the pandemic, it's still out there, obviously numbers are going down, but the numbers that are here now are equally as high as they were back in last March and April when the COVID leave was implemented. It's not just gonna go away overnight. So my own thinking was the county can extend it, and for those who have used it, they've used it. Those who
So if they get a one-time deal, you're saying?
So, yeah, so if somebody's used it.
Because that's our concern
Somebody's
is,
used it for 40 hours, and they still have another 40 to go, then that could be extended to 40 hours. And then if someone hasn't used it, they would still have the 80 hours until the county decided to.
that is our concern, so that's probably a good way to look at it too, so if they only use so many hours and one-time deal, hey, you've already had it, now it's on your sick leave. Because we don't want everybody to say, well, by gosh, we got the symptoms. And all of a sudden they're doing it 2-3 times or whatever, and
There's a total of 80 hours, no matter what. And, yes, to me,
we just don't want to abuse as well.
I get that. Abuse or not, or it's gonna be.
Well, I don't think it has either, but we just,
I understand. My own thinking, you guys obviously do what you want, but my own thing is it's easier just to have a generally applicable policy, and you gotta hope for the best with your employees and give them some deference. That's the easiest way to do it. Then if you're piecemealing it in terms of, well, would you go to Minneapolis and get it? Because you don't really know where you get it.
Right.
You never know where you
you can get it before you go on your trip. And the symptoms show up after your trip.
And so you don't know where you're infected. So,
what you're saying is keep the 80 in place, and the previous that has been used already, that counts, that's already counted.
Yep.
And the people who haven't used it still have that 80 available. Or if, I got 40 left yet, or that 40 is still there.
The only difference would be that we would be footing the bill instead of the feds.
Of the
That's where mine,
But
who's paying for
the
that?
federal government there was never a fiscal bill attached to the 80 hours. In other words, there was
With
never
us.
funding.
Well, I suppose not. I think you could get a tax credit on your,
For non-government.
right,
Yeah,
for businesses, not
But
government.
not us.
Right.
right.
So basically it costs us anyways.
Well, Congress passed the CRF too, which came back to the county. I think part of that intention was that overall, multi-billion dollars would come back and be utilized for some of this too. So that's why
Right, I
there's
think
no
that's
fiscal
probably one of the
impact.
underlying things there, but that said, that money's there.
Yeah.
We have that money. So that's the way I'm looking at it. That's how I discussed it.
Well,
It's up to you.
I think we almost have to come back to it. It's at 10:30. We have to go to
Yes.
executive session.
Yes.
You need to make a motion to go to executive session.
So do we have a motion to go to executive session?
So moved.
Motion made by Ted. Do we have a second?
So moved.
Time is,
Second by Russell. Motion carried.
And that's under Century Code 44-04-24.2. Those of you on the meeting, we are going to mute for the executive session, as well as take off the camera, and this will continue to run, and we will come back after.
The time is 10:31.
Hang on. Your auditor needs to figure out. Stop video. Okay,
Is that
so,
idea to start this, thing?
nope, that's executive session recording, that's
Okay.
different than,
So the Steele County Commission meeting has reconvened at 11:06. We need a motion to approve door upgrades. Do we have a motion?
I'll motion.
Brandon made a motion, do we have a second? Second by Brian, all in favor?
Aye.
No? Motion carried.
okay, so now we need motion to enter executive session number 2 under 44-04-19.1 parentheses 5. No,
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Russell, second. Second by Ted. All in favor?
Dave, I got a short pause for the crowd, sorry, guys.
Well, do we have to restart the meeting first?
Yes, we do.
We gotta restart the meeting, so give me 1 second.
Okay, we're back in
We're back at the
Regular.
Steele County Commission meeting, the time is 11:32. We're gonna recess for a quick 5-minute break. Is there a motion for that, please?
Oh,
Made by Brandon, second by Russell. Motion carried.
Thank you, guys.
Well, did we have contract back for FEMA and 10 and 11 and all
No, because it was Don. He was doing that stuff then. No, he was emergency manager part, all of that,
that?
then.
Oh,
This just shows you what.
Yeah.
More donated money.
Oh, well, there goes your door.
okay. Was
Or the ranger. Or...
That's for the siren project though, specifically. So.
No.
Well, you need a ranger to get out to the
I need a
side.
copy of that.
Hey, you need a ranger to get out there.
Yeah,
For the siren.
I was thinking more of the, radios as the siren project, but whatever, however we want to word it.
So that was up on.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I think we can.
We're leaving these here.
No,
We're gonna take this with us.
yeah. Because you have a new email address now, so all of your county stuff will go to this new email address. It won't bog down your personal one anymore. Okay? So, you know what? It's a Sunday. What do? You're bored. You open up that little tablet, log on. Hey, look at these emails I got through the week. Right?
Usually never board on Saturday.
Oh, are you bored on Saturday nights or? Oh.
Well, how the hell do I get out of here?
Oh my gosh, Russell.
I haven't done that yet.
Oh my gosh.
That's off? So then what, that's shutting down now?
There's that button. Hold it in. Okay.
So then it's
This
just.
is everything you've had open,
Yeah,
already. So this was the settings. This is where I went to go do your display.
what did you do now? I don't know. What you
After inactivity of
did? Oh, okay.
5 minutes.
We don't wanna sync our passwords to anything.
No. I was gonna give you guys, like, maybe it would be helpful if you had your passwords.
Do you have one?
Android
What are
user, I don't know.
PIN to get to log into the.
So are you guys gonna remember your pins? Or? Like your email is set up,
No.
your email is set up, so that shouldn't change, but this is, I don't know if this will help you, if you wanna take a picture of that or your phone, that way it's all there.
Is that for email then? I mean, cause.
Your email should just stay on, you shouldn't need your password for any of that. You tap that email thing and it'll be there.
So this, but I mean, let's say I go to my computer at my desk and will I be able to access through like 365 or what's the email?
Yeah, it's on
So
365.
that should be able to access anywhere, or any computer.
Is it?
Maybe not.
It probably would be for.
Actually, I like it just for all my county stuff on this.
So your password's there, but you also have through DNA.
So how do I reply to this now? Reply to all?
Yeah.
Oh, it comes up.
Yep.
Or to reply to.
So are we having lesson 101 or what? What do I need to know?
Okay, are we gonna?
Yeah, I can sit with you after.
Thank you.
Reconvene or meeting, do we have a motion?
So,
Motion made by Brian, second.
Second.
Second made by Tim. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay,
Time is 11:42. 11:37. Yeah, 11:37, sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
I just looked at my watch and I
Get your fast.
okay.
What do we have left?
So just, something that has come up, with the discussion of Dawn retiring, in June, July, May, whenever that time comes. I do think it's been talked about for quite some time, but somebody's starting to learn some of the 911 stuff. So we're not just left hanging with nobody, to do that. I know Ben overall kind of oversees all of that, and the siren, the radios, all of that, the next gen system. But I think that somebody else could handle the day-to-day stuff, because I do believe it's not that in-depth. So I don't know if you guys have a thought on somebody starting to spend some time in learning a little bit from him.
You mean somebody internal?
Yes.
And who do you have in mind?
I haven't talked to Wayne yet about it, but it's not Wayne.
What do you know?
911.
No, 911. I honestly think that it is something that Carly could do, and that would tie in with the sheriff's office end of it and whatnot too. She's been in her position in my office and has gotten up to speed, and
Does she have time for it?
yes,
How many hours a week does Don do now?
he does one day and it's not a full day. So,
Once somebody figures out the 911 stuff, it basically is, I'm not gonna give you this.
Yeah,
The salary
it's-
is pretty high. It's not a difficult job.
Is it 1 day a month?
yeah,
It's not a big,
Unless you have a big,
but there's some tuning that has to be done. I'm not gonna lie to you.
mhm,
He's behind on a lot of the There's some work that has to be put into it right now. I've been yelling at him for 2 years to get something done, and it hasn't gotten done yet. And Ben knows about it, I know about it, and for some reason, I don't think it's all gone, I think it's carried over there too, but our stuff, our addresses are not in the drill column. It's pissing me off, and I've been yelling for 2 years about it. We just decided just to let it ride out for now, we'll worry about it here this summer. But there's some catching up to be done there, but once you get it, I shouldn't say once a month, I'm sorry, once a week.
Once a week.
Yeah.
So,
So I think once, and I think Carly might be a good choice for that, just because she can work out of my office on Fridays on that. I could see that working out, that is a good possibility. But you might wanna wait until we get everything going. I mean, she should be involved in the process, but it's gonna take a little more right away. There's some things that need to be done there that have not been.
yep.
well, the first thing is to ask her, I guess, to see if she's wanting to do that.
I know she will do that.
She will do that?
I know she will. I think that it would be reasonable. This is just coming from me, not from anyone else. I've been thinking about it for a while. I know we looked at Ben doing 911, but I think we can all agree Ben doesn't need any more right now.
Okay, so then,
so-
then we gotta figure out if she's gonna do that, then we have to make sure she's not, is she hourly now? Salary?
She's salary, but
So how do we deal with, do we just pay her the same, she doesn't get paid anything for 911, or how does that work for?
well, I think,
You know what I'm
$100
saying?
a month or something wouldn't be asking too much, would it?
Go up a little bit. Like I said, the first little bit catching up, and it's a lot of phone calls right now that have to be done throughout county side of it. And I think Don actually had that part done, but I don't think they're getting it done over there, so that has to be done.
I also
We'll
think,
get that figured out now. I don't know what's going on.
I've talked with Ben a little bit about it now too, and the weight restriction part of it, the weight permits, it might be a good time also to try to, there's not much to it. He's getting it all online. They can pay all of that now. also, getting that transferred over to Jeremy at the road department. Jeremy's got the computer, he's got the email, all of that. That would just be it's not much for Ben, but it's one more thing that we can try to,
But he has to prove them, doesn't he?
but the road can. They've always done it before then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the only
If you
issue I
have
see is
one.
if you do a permit and you're waiting back for approval, and it could be 4 to 6 hours, I mean. it's a
Well,
long
right
time.
now they've had a 24 to 48, I think, for their permits had to be turned in. You can't just call and get a permit on the spot anymore. Like, that's been that way for a
In today's
while.
world, Emily, that's
You do. Every permit I do, I get a response
In
within.
today's world, they need to know now, because
Now.
they're moving through, and they need to know now. Especially for emergency vehicles, especially for like Richard's railroad stuff, they need to know now, there's no waiting.
I mean, we get a permit within probably, well, as soon as I press send, I get a permit back from the state.
Well, then maybe we should ask Ben how that works.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think that it could be still,
Somebody has to be available on the weekends and everything. Because I don't care who does it, but they need to be available.
Well, that's a whole
Well.
other topic there that we brought up, that's.
no, I'm just trying to think of things to
Yeah. The world
lighten
changed
some of
a
our
little bit.
people's loads. I know that it's kind of worn on Ben lately,
Well,
so
I will say
he's
that
got a lot.
there is a permit system the counties, a lot of counties have gone to, Trail County's one.
Yeah.
But it's so damn outrageous for a permit, and then the
Yeah,
county doesn't get
need for
nothing out of it.
stuff.
Yeah.
We talked about
We
that a couple
benefit
years
better.
ago, we decided not to do
I
it.
wouldn't, we'd benefit better having our own permit system.
No, I think so too. It's just that somebody has to be on that. phone.
Somebody's gotta be on. And I
Somebody has to
don't,
be available to at least write down the information. That's why if she's not around, they don't. So all we do is take the info, we don't fill a permit form, we give it to them. As long as somebody's available, it doesn't matter. So somebody should be available.
that's a
Food
whole
for
nother-
thought.
Okay. So you're gonna talk to her, we're gonna visit with her then. And see, make sure she's good with it then, right? Everybody's good with that?
This 911 thing of the house.
She will ask about the wage.
Got a package and delivered it to the wrong house.
I mean, every time it's been led to the wrong house, it's been the package people's problem.
Well, I will say, if you-
FedEx is terrible.
Sometimes you plug in the GPS though, coordinate, depends on what system you're using, it'll show a whole different area. I don't know what that,
Yeah,
No, nothing to do with us. I mean,
I just wondering if it was, our system was bad, instead of Google or.
Put it this way.
Or,
We put 201 Washington, all my mail says 201 Washington Avenue and Courthouse, Steele County Sheriff's Department. FedEx still delivers pictures of Tyler Midstock on the other side of town in a residential area, these $6,000 computers sitting at his back door. And the package says 201 Washington, when I get the package, what it says.
But it's east and west, is
Right.
what it is.
But
That's the difference between his.
it's not too difficult to see that Tyler's house is not a courthouse of the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know,
Maybe get that figured out, you can run the whole world.
yeah, I mean, UPS is pretty dang good, but it's FedEx, that thing is terrible, absolutely horrible.
Okay,
Well, this
so-
people said, well,
Yeah.
why is it screwed up?
what else we got?
It's usually that.
Food pantry?
You go back
For
to
me?
that,
Okay.
see.
FCC, you
Food pantry,
Yes.
I think is
have
about the
that
only-
right here. Okay.
actually time. Are you guys, are we thinking there may be a pay thing for Carly if she went along with it? Because you know that's gonna be a question that comes up right away. So do you want her to come to the next meeting, or what do you guys wanna?
Yep.
I would say
Okay.
yes.
We've always, lost people.
Right, right.
Oh, she'll have to get it somewhere.
Yeah.
Also, just a heads up, since we're on her too, Ben would prefer not to be doing the website updates and whatnot, because he is just overwhelmed, busy.
Yeah.
So I have started, I said she'd be a great person to help me with that. So we're starting to teach her things, and she's taking over helping me update that stuff also. So it's me and her doing the website stuff.
We gotta keep her busy, so that's good.
No, and she's good. When she first started, things take longer when you aren't, and now she's up to speed. She's doing good.
Yeah.
So, anyway, continue. Sorry.
Back to I was online yesterday with the food pantry. And so we talked about, having a new member. I think Sam's gonna quit. She would like to leave. You don't think she's gonna?
That is outright what she said. If somebody else wanted to get on, she would get off.
That's what she said.
But go ahead, I'm just, no.
Okay,
Don't look at me, yeah, don't.
so she would just soon stay on?
I don't have no idea.
Well,
No,
this is,
no, I'm not saying that.
this is what she said yesterday.
I was,
Go with what she said.
you were looking at me and I was thinking about something else, Ted, so I was not me shaking my head at you. Sorry
I'm
about that.
old, I took it.
Sorry about that, Ted, no, sorry.
Anyway,
I'm back at other things in my head.
they talked about having somebody else come in as a food pantry, because she said, I live over in Trail County, wherever she lives, Mayville or.
They live here.
She does?
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, with this little one she has, and. the
She
little
works
one-
them.
The little one was there yesterday.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But anyway, just said that we should appoint somebody. Well, they should, not me, they should, the board. Talked to Emily about it, she said we definitely need somebody from Steele County.
Yeah.
Well-
Should be somebody closer to Finley that can come up if they need.
Absolutely.
Just so everybody knows about the Steele County Food Pantry, they are a 501c, I believe, and we have no jurisdiction over the food pantry. There's 3 board members on there. Everybody knows that. It's Sam Tickerson, Renee Reiner, and Dennis Lindstrom. And Kelly is the secretary, I believe. Right?
There was nobody there.
But she is supposed to be the secretary, I believe.
I think they were
social service.
discussing
They were
her
discussing
being
that.
the secretary yesterday. She's a volunteer, classified for the food pantry, but they were discussing her being the secretary and.
Yeah, and I know there's been some heat. They think we're putting the heat on the food pantry, and maybe it sounds like we are, maybe we are, I don't know, but the thing is, we want a food pantry that's taking care of the Steele County residents. That's all, I think our whole board is under agreement of that.
Yep.
We're not trying to put the heat on anybody, we just wanna make sure people are being taken care of. Something doesn't sound right when a year ago, they gave away half the food compared to the year before. I was in their meeting, the last online meeting, they gave away 4,000 pounds of food, where prior year they'd give away 8,000 pounds of food. Every article you see about anything about food pantries, nobody's got food, they're looking for food to give away. You go look at our shelves, they're plumb full. That's all we're saying.
Talked about that, it needed a good cleaning down there, and they cleaned up, whatever. The day I walked in there, I didn't think it looked bad. But we need to keep it, I feel, that was not brought up anything about moving out of the courthouse. So,
One of the members that talked to me before the meeting and said they'd like to take it out of the courthouse. I said, well, why would you want to take it out of the courthouse? Then you'd have to pay rent somewhere. We don't charge rent. I mean, we want this thing to go just as bad as anybody else.
right,
Don't take it out of the courthouse yet. See if you can get it straightened out before if you want to take it out of the courthouse later, do that. But leave it in the courthouse now. Try to get straightened out so that it's working again.
I think half the problem, Richard, is that they limited their hours to the point where it was hard for people to come in for that 1 hour.
I agree.
Thursday to come and get that.
yeah.
And we weren't like that before. We were open 5 days a week. They had started an appointment with
Back
5
in the
days a
day,
week, and COVID since last,
I agree.
that had a little bit to do, I think.
And
with
it's made a
something else.
difference.
I agree, but the difference
And
was
the girls
too,
used, when we were by ourselves, the girls would actually bring food.
They bring
out to
boxes
people
out.
too. But that was the old days. We're not by ourselves anymore, so. Not county run by ourselves, so that was the old days.
that was old.
I think that hour, which most of them are only open for an hour here and there too, but, and we never were that way before, so it's no doubt that ours is gonna go down. open up.
So it's probably like a restaurant, maybe they should have set hours, say, hey, Thursdays from 9 to noon, we're open, come get her.
Yeah, I'm not saying is it out, but to me, that's tougher. I think it's, people, those aren't the hours of day.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not saying Thursdays, but, or Saturdays, or whatever, or Friday nights, or,
No, I'm just saying, if you want more to go out, you have to have more hours than an hour a week. That's not,
Well, I don't
Right.
but
know.
we're in COVID.
I think it'd be great to do outreach to some of the other communities even, one day a month, pick up boxes in Hope, one day a month in Laverne, different areas
a
that
box
make it
doesn't-
easier.
I agree with that, but a box isn't very much.
No,
And if you're needing food, you need it probably weekly.
right, but it's
to
more
start.
than,
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
You're
The
right,
worst thing is the food pantry went the other day, it was COVID concern.
it did.
It did, but I think it was failing before COVID even.
When you
Yeah,
limit
what
it
I'm
to
saying
one,
is
1 hour.
All of a sudden,
week, that's-
everything is shut down, where the food pantry needed to triple their time. They pulled back,
Yeah,
nobody was here.
And I know we're not on the boards, but we're trying to do the best interest, help them out, do whatever we can to help the food pantry out.
same goal.
Because we do know people are hurting and people need food.
They do.
Whatever we can do to help them, we're here. That's my opinion. I think that's the rest of your guys' opinion as well.
Exactly.
Yep.
and it sounds like the food pantry is trying to get active again and trying to figure out for everyone, but I think limiting their hours isn't the way to do it, they need to open up.
Yeah.
And I know that's difficult,
They need,
It's very
they need more
it's
access.
very difficult.
Did you have anything more to add? I kind of cut on some of you.
No. Dennis wanted the minutes from this meeting, but I'll just call and tell him tomorrow they'll be online. I don't know why Dennis wanted to know what we talked about at the end.
God, you're putting a lot, first I gotta get the meeting online by tonight, now I gotta have my minutes done too?
Well, no, you'll have it in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, when we're done, I'll just tell them, put them online and get them.
Is there any
I'll
more
visit with
discussion
him.
on the food
I
pantry?
would just say, let Dennis know that whatever they need from us, just to ask.
That what now?
Whatever they need from us, just to ask,
Yeah,
and we'll try and make whatever we can work.
Yeah, Renee's been great too, she's called up here, well, for lots of reasons, but she's called up and talked about the food pantry and stuff, I think she'll be good on there.
I thought he'd be in today, but he said he wasn't gonna be in today.
Is that everything? We'll move on to Ellis Satram.
Yeah. And there was, well, I'm gonna say a couple of years ago, we had this, you said 2 years ago, well, yeah,
I
we
think-
probably did.
Yeah.
I looked in the minutes and I didn't see anything in September.
I remember,
She
We're
came
bringing
to
it up.
one meeting, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know exactly when
One
it was.
evening, I think it was, wasn't it, or was it during the day?
It was during our meeting. I don't remember which one it was.
I don't remember, but yes.
They must- I think it was during the equalization part, I believe, wasn't it?
That's what I was saying, too.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing, this is September equalization from, September of 19.
Is that right there?
I wanted to take this up
Oh,
and
you
give,
mean right in front?
I wanted to give it to the water board.
Yeah, that was September 16th, 2019.
We were looking at the lady down there,
Should the
The-
water board,
Dava, whatever.
should the water board be addressing this? I mean, that's,
I sent it to them too, just so
You did
they're
send
in
it
the
to-
loop. I sent
okay.
it to them the same time I sent it to you guys.
okay, I was gonna run it up there, but I thought I better ask you first. but you
Where?
did.
Can somebody show me where this is at?
Where it's at?
Yeah.
Out on the pavement going east, out by that Elm River Dam?
Right out here.
Right at the trail, Steele County line.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
guess that seems like two different things. She's
It
talking
is.
about her eggplant.
Well, they must own the land. I don't know if she owns land out there. Well, yeah, she probably does, because they lived out, lives out there.
Yeah.
That's where she lives. So her husband probably does have land.
So there's a gate there now?
There's a gate just to west of that, there's one, they put it in a ditch to hold that water back, and that's what they were talking about changing.
So she had referenced, so
That's the
she
only
goes,
thing.
Steele County has had 2 years to study the dam situation. It is time to take action and fix it. Well, we have been talking with the Water Resource Board.
Yes,
We can't do any different with the Water Resource Board. They are also doing action on it, but the problem is it is with Cass County as well.
That's true.
and that's when they've talked
That's the
about,
old water back trail.
And-
but they've talked about breaching that dam.
And we would,
That's gonna,
we would like to see it breached as well,
yeah,
but we can't force it. I mean, there has to be the studies done, and
That's
that's,
the process.
it's a long process, unfortunately. I'd like to see it gone right now too, but.
Guilford, right? The-
yeah,
dam.
it's in Trail County, goes in, there's another
Yeah, it
one
goes
down.
another dam.
Down River
Guilford,
Coulee.
Guilford.
But-
What's the name of that one?
Oh, yeah, the
River
people south of that
They're talking about blowing that one open too.
in Steele and Cass County would like to get rid of it, because instead of however many, acres or what, at that one time, it's like double the triple that
Right.
it backs in.
Well, floods
Don-
goes down there.
Don Garner, south of Page, or on the west side of Page, his water goes all the way up there.
Well, her last sentence was, I lived in Steele County most of my life. I thought they took better care of their residents years ago than they do now. If I'm wrong, you will have to prove it to me. Well, we need to respond to that, because I feel we try darn hard to do whatever we can for the county.
Well, this has been going on for a long time. This
Long
is
time.
back when I was still, Nodak Electric.
Yep.
And when the springtime it flooded, we had outages down in that area, stuff we had to go around and everything else. So this has been going on since 2011 and stuff, before that even, everything else. So it's a big problem, and it's been there for a long time.
I bladed down in that country when I was still with the county, and in the spring, when you got
Terrible.
water, you didn't go down a lot of roads. So, yeah, it's an issue.
Well, I should ask Angie Johnson, her folks live down that road. Go down that way, south, and then she lives down at the end of the thing, so she's put up with it for years.
Yeah.
And stuff, they live down in, like, 36, 35, somewhere in there. Right in the county line there,
Yeah, right on the line.
yep, so they've put up with it a long time, so.
This is basically a water board question.
I think we asked for a response from water.
I think we tell the water board to respond to her.
Yeah.
Just let her know that it's not hanging out there. I mean, it's only
Are
fair.
they still
Have
upstairs?
you brought up?
Do you,
Maybe.
They were here.
They have
I think they're still
meetings.
here.
I'm sure it's not
Oh,
on,
they're gone.
it's not on there.
They're done.
I'm sure they're gone by now.
Well, that's something the guy should
Let's
address.
talk to the water board.
ask them
And
to,
they've already seen the letter. I think you sent it to Josh,
Yep.
I know for sure.
I sent it to all of them, just like I sent it to all of you, just so.
Well, they'll,
But I think we gotta at least give her a letter back.
Definitely.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to see the
Yeah.
response.
Yeah.
Yeah, before the response goes out, I think we should all see it first.
Yeah.
but how we, that it's a time, it just isn't an overnight deal.
Water's a battle, big battle.
It is, nobody wants the water, it's,
100%.
and that's always an issue. It has been forever. I don't want the water. So it isn't that we haven't forgotten, but it's a time deal.
One other thing, Angie did send out an email of her
They're just
updates.
walking out, so they said they could step in.
So just so everybody reads that, she emailed us updates. It's not, she's not on the agenda, but
And we can talk about that really quick after.
Yeah.
Rivergood problem?
How many we got?
Did you read our letter we got?
Oh, we got the letter.
Yeah. And it's,
And she's got land on both,
I know,
both districts that we're dealing with.
yeah, I know.
I think
We've talked about it extensively.
this has been an ongoing issue for many years.
And it's just not a quick fix.
All we're asking is, can you guys give her a good response?
Yep, we're gonna send a letter, we'll CC you on it, Bill will send a letter, she had mentioned in the letter about a gate installed, so that's on order it's just kind of slow, it's like telling us getting actually be here. That will get installed as soon as we can get it in stock, and then, with regards to the overall dam issue, Laura is doing a watershed study essentially.
Yeah.
For any action on that, to breach it or whatever, right? That's gonna be a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be good to look at all the impacts, related dams and structures that are there, so it's not a quick or easy fix, there's permitting involved, all sorts of things, so.
Will you address that in the letter to
Yep.
her, please?
Yep, we'll see you guys on it, so you see that,
But this gate isn't gonna solve the problem.
Nope.
No, it's not,
No.
it's an issue that's.
And I think that's what she was referring to in the letter too, that this gate isn't gonna fix the problem.
Yeah, she put that.
Yeah, it's not, so, you know, it's just kind of,
It's not the gate, it's the dam, we know it. Literally, we've talked to more engineering today about it, hopefully he can expedite some of the problems, because honestly, this spring or summer, we'd love to have a meeting with the landowners, try to alleviate the tension a little bit, at least tell them, okay, we know we just can't breach the dams, so we have to do something else. And right now, nobody knows what's going on over there. And we don't even know what's going on there until we get the engineering report. You know, you just can't take a track and bust that up.
No.
And we did have a public meeting in September, at the Galesburg Fire Hall, and informed them about what's been going on, and they looked into it, and it was stated, and there was a report that, there's been no water that's went outside the easement acres, and that's been a very tough thing, because folks look at their land, they say, well, it's been flooded, but then if you go back and see where the easements were purchased, and unfortunately, they were not purchased for very much money, and sometimes no money at all, but that water really hasn't gone much past the easement areas, so, and it becomes a difficult situation, because whoever built the dam upheld their part of it, and they said, we're not gonna exceed these areas.
Yeah, but there's a lot more water coming in from down south than used to.
Yep, no, and that is.
And it comes from John Garnet's west of Page.
It is,
All the way up there.
honestly, that is true. The biggest problem is they're not doing anything illegal.
No, I know it.
Because that's a tough battle to fight.
We can't go in there and shut that water down. That's what they want us to do. I mean, who's fooling who? The farmers want us to shut the water off.
Yeah.
You just can't do that.
No, you can't.
And we would love to find a way to get that water through the system faster.
You're right. That's been an issue for years. It has.
If they're doing it legally, if they're doing something illegal up there, we'd have a fight to fight, but they do it illegal.
No, it isn't. It's just.
So is there even a way to fight that?
Well, at this time, until we get the comprehensive study done, we really don't know what tool out of the toolbox we want to use. So until more engineering gets us all the data that we need to determine, okay, if we remove this dam, what happens downstream? Do we have to put a ring gate around,
Sure.
Dike levee around this farmstead? Do we have to armor this area? Is this town gonna flood out? We just don't know how that's all gonna work. So, but that's why this comprehensive watershed study has to take place.
Okay.
But we recognize the situation, we're well aware of it, and it's been an ongoing battle for many, many years. And I know she referenced that 1997, and Ted, I think you brought it up to, what happened back in 1997, all the road crossings blew out. And then, of course, they just said, well, as long as they blew out now, we may as well increase the culvert size. And they've done that basically from the dam all the way to Page, increase every culvert the whole way. Now the flow is even so much stronger, so much faster. So you're not getting the waffle effect where the roads are holding back any water. And so it's coming 100 miles an hour, and then dams up at the dam, of course. So.
Gotcha. Well, we appreciate your, I guess what you guys got going on it, and if you can just respond to her.
It's not a quick fix, but.
No, but we
everybody's aware of it, so.
We are going to respond with a well-worded letter, and of course, we're always welcome to anybody in that area who wants to come in and visit with us about it. Our doors are always open.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
Okay,
What do we got left?
motion to pay bills.
Do we make motion to pay bills?
So move.
Motion made by Ted, do we have a second?
So move.
Second by Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
3 PM tomorrow.
Anything else?
Do you want to discuss that leave time?
Yes, oh, and Angie.
Oh.
Just so you guys know, I don't know, Angie wanted to be on the agenda. She asked the night before I sent this out, sent out your packets, but she only had a very slight time frame that she could do. The agenda was already done. I said we could do you, maybe fit you in as time allows sooner. But she'd rather just send out your updates. She said that was fine. I don't know if you want me to schedule her. I said we could put you down right now, next month, anytime you want. You know, it's just that, you know, she's very busy too and has a time schedule, but it always comes like right before I send out and the agenda's done.
Sure.
Just for
I think her lady.
Yeah,
I think her lady was come on for her evaluation.
That's today.
Huh?
That's the way it looks today.
That's what she's doing. I was gonna stop in down there just quick and see if she.
Yeah, I see that, she wrote that.
And then, yeah, because I told her, I said, I have not seen an agenda. And I said, other than I was told that it was big. So I said, we'll try to do something. I said, I'll just come down and see what's going on. So I'll just go.
it's just hard to kick
But I
other
have to
people
drive up
around
another-
that said they wanted to be on, you know, at the last minute, so.
Well, she wrote a pretty good email here of everything she's got going on, so. Take a look at the email so you guys can see what's going on, and she did say in there, if you wanna stop in anytime, stop in. You can visit with her if you want.
I'll stop in. Now, you're gonna have to give me some information that I can find.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I can help you with that.
So I think everything is taken care of.
Time. What we wanted to do on time, is that what you brought up, right?
Yeah, the lead time.
Yeah, the CRAs, if we
Okay.
Find out what kind of thinking there.
push that off, we haven't really decided anything.
That's for the COVID stuff?
Yes.
We talked about individual basis or having a policy.
So what do you guys wanna do?
Did Angie just send that to you, or she sent it to everybody?
Everybody. You probably don't have it on that email, it's your old emails.
Oh, okay, hold on.
I was thinking too.
I'll ask her to send it to,
So I don't have
Oh,
that,
that's fine.
I didn't get it,
I don't have
so.
that new email.
As long as
You
it's
have
just
an
on
email,
this.
it's, you just don't know it yet.
Should I put that on here then, or should I wait?
It's up to you. No, it's up to you.
I'm okay with having, I'm going either way, it doesn't bother me one bit.
I have
We're
it,
gonna have
tr-
a certain policy. It's gotta come, the money's coming from us, so we gotta, you know,
I have it tracked, so if you, however you guys wanna do it is,
just so easy to use it.
there's only one that's met the 80 hours so far.
Net.
One,
Do they
only
need-
one person
Have
has
used the full
gone
80
over
hours.
80, right? There's a few that are, we got 73,
But from the COVID deal,
that's what we're talking about, a couple at 60, you know, but
And that's all reimbursed from
no,
federal? We're just mandated.
Businesses would get it taken off their 1041 or
Yeah.
their taxes.
Tax.
So,
So what do you guys wanna do? Do you want, Charlie's idea was we give them 80 hours total,
And then after that,
and then after that, it's on their own, or we don't do anything, we can leave it the way it is?
are they gonna use it? That's the whole thing. And how do they abusing it?
What are you talking, in a year time?
the year's gonna be up in March. I don't think 80 total over even 2 years is unreasonable.
No.
I just think
This,
But we don't know what this,
this
maybe it's
is
gonna
gonna
be
be
bad
done.
again.
that's true.
We don't know anything, I mean,
Yeah.
that's what, I kinda like the, deal with it as it comes about, kinda like that idea, but who knows, maybe all of a sudden we got 20 employees or 15 employees that all get it. I think our biggest problem is whether or not we have to wait till the next meeting. If payroll has to be done before we meet, how do we deal with it? I mean, they have to know what direction we wanna go.
Is it in there that they have to be tested?
I don't know.
The guidance right now is they should be contacting Catherine.
Right,
Which-
I mean, you're not gonna give somebody COVID leave if they just think they have it.
No.
Well,
They have to be
We're-
tested to get the COVID stuff. I mean, other businesses are like that.
I think we made some people test before they come back as well, right away when we first started. I mean, it's all changed so much since
right.
we first started. We didn't know how to.
Just need a doctor saying that you got COVID. So you get COVID time. I mean, if you get COVID, you get COVID, you get tested.
Okay, so that's one way we could say, well, if you get tested and you get COVID, then you can get paid for it. But then, how many times do you want to do that?
Yeah, you can't be doing it every 90 days.
Because I'm going on a cruise.
Yeah,
then.
I'm gonna look every door handle I
I'm
can.
teasing.
I mean, it should be that way.
Right.
If you're home with your kid, and have COVID.
Oh, yeah,
You
I
stay
know.
home. Yeah.
Or it can go the other way too.
It can.
You have it, you come to work, you spread it.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then where are you at?
So what's
So
our,
it's both ways here.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, they brought, you're no longer 14 days, they're down to 7 now. I mean, they have brought that down, but
True.
so what's our best option? What can we do as our best option for the county?
wear masks. Professionally.
I'm not very professional.
Then you shouldn't vote for the mandate.
Yeah. I mean, they gotta take care of themselves because they can't come in there and give it to everybody else. But still, some people don't think it's an issue, and I don't agree with it. But that's my opinion. I don't wanna get it.
Well, there's also the new Brazilian one coming in and all this, and the South African one and stuff, so,
Resilient.
yeah.
And they say that's hard, that targets kids. That's what's the scary part of it.
Yeah, you bet.
What can we do that's best for the county? This is a real pandemic, we understand that. I know we're getting sick and tired of it. It's here.
We could sit here and come up with scenarios all day.
We leave it the way it is at the meeting hours until our next meeting?
I think that's a great idea.
Let's start with that then.
Leave it like it is.
So they have it.
People have already used it up,
Yeah.
and where you're tracking, it's the same amount, people haven't used it, have 80 still available.
So after 80, we gave you our 80 the first time, you're okay? I mean, now it's on you.
Yep.
Is that fair then to everybody else?
Let's leave that till our next meeting, that way
Our next meeting or for
we
the
can
year?
address it.
Or are we just gonna go out a month, go out as,
Well,
maybe the shots will come out, everybody be good, or I mean, how long are we gonna put this in place for?
till our next meeting, then we address it again. Yeah.
So we'll bring it up every meeting then?
Well, we would know, or maybe.
You want an
That's
update
fine.
from me in the HR stuff every meeting on,
It would
we
take-
have 2 more people that have hit 80
I
or?
guess it would take
like,
5 minutes to
I
talk.
don't know.
So is that a motion? Let's hear your motion. That's your motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
now, Yeah,
Ted's got a motion to
I can.
discuss it monthly. We'll give 80 hours total for COVID. Once that's been used, the employee would have to use their own sick leave or vacation time. And we're gonna revisit this monthly.
Monthly, there you go.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Brandon, second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
I think that's the most fair way to address it monthly. Let it
Sure.
go and then we'll see what happens.
It's
If it
kinda-
gets better.
It's kind of doing it each individually kind of done still too. And I kind of like that.
You're doing something, because you don't have to do anything,
Well,
so
no,
you're
but
trying.
I would kind of wanna.
Uh-huh.
because
Do we have anything else? Do we have a motion for adjourn? Motion to adjourn by Brian, second? Second by Russell. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.